I'm not a nice person when you try and come on to me while I'm working out after I tell you I'm 17. Are you out of your f***ing mind? Get out.
Did he say? Whoa! Whoa! Did he say?
Whoa! Hey, you a 24-year-old man yelling 17 is legal. That is crazy.
Did he say what I think he said?
That is wild.
He said, wow.
Nah, listen, I was open. Wild. Maybe this is one of those women who being crazy. That's not this. That's wild.
That's wild.
Nah. We're not doing that.
Bro,
Nah.
Bro,
Yo, listen.
You're crazy.
Skip, go.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Go straight to jail. You do not collect 200.
Nice person when you try and come on to me while I'm working out after I tell you I'm 17. Are you out of your fucking mind? And then you have the audacity to tell me to get out of a gym that I have a right to use?
17 is legal.
No! You said it louder!
Stop repeating
For
it.
the people in the back that didn't understand. The only argument...
Let me say something, okay? Maybe some of y'all can't hear me. Okay? Let me say something.
Oh my days.
Y'all see me?
Oh my days.
Just because it's legal, don't mean it's a good idea.
Pepe $8 thoughts on methylcobalamin versus cyanocobalamin. Cyanocobalamin's the better form of B12 to take because it's much cheaper and you have to take much lower doses. So, cyanocobalamin's better on that basis. Thanks for the donation, Pepe.
I could drive my car with my feet. Don't make it a good fucking idea. I don't remember who said that. I think it was Chris Rock.
Yes. Just because you can bang your stepdaughter don't make it a good idea. It's hot, but it's not a good idea.
What is up with you and stepdaughter?
I don't know.
Get your head out of your ass and don't speak to me that way.
Listen.
Don't put your finger at me.
Respect older people.
Oh, respect older people.
Oh, hell no. I need to keep pausing it because
this guy is wild.
I want to believe this video is fake because this is so audacious. It's disgusting.
You gotta show this guy's face.
You not only interrupted her workout after she
point-
said no, she tell you she's 17, which already as a 24-year-old man, keep it fucking moving. And now you arguing her, and then you...
Why are white people called Caucasians? Aren't Caucasians tribes from the Caucasus Mountains? Like Georgians and Chechens?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know if that's where the name came from. So, no idea. Thanks for the donation, though, Leo M.
You trying to use the elder card to get her to... Send him home. You 24, stupid.
Yeah.
What elder?
You wildin'.
You barely put on your adult diapers. You been paying tax for what, 2-3 years? Get the fuck... Elder? Elder? Who says that? Did you respect her space?
Oh
what you wanted?
days.
Hey, yo!
I mean, you're not that old, but now I have to respect you?
I just said, let's go out normally, like normal.
I don't want to go out with you.
Okay.
Especially after you tell me to get the fuck out of a gym that I have a right to use.
Because you told me, oh, don't approach me. Who are you to tell me that?
Listen, guys, you can cry about how dating is unfair. You can say that's facts. Okay. If a girl says no, keep it fucking moving. We don't want to hear all your excuses, all this other shit. Get the fuck out of there. And she tell you she's 17 and you still arguing, you fool. I hope your name get publicized everywhere and everybody knows. Fucking trash.
Who are you to come on to me? And I feel like you have a right to come on to me.
This is useless. Go home. Go home. Go home.
No, home. That's another dude.
Is it? No, it's the same guy.
Go ahead.
It's the same guy.
Go home. Go home. Go home.
Watch him fucking talk to
Go
you.
home.
When get your ass kicked out of the
Before I
gym.
fucking lose my fucking temper. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah?
You are right. It is another guy. It is another guy telling him to go home. Good.
Go home. You understand? Go home. Tell your daddy whoever the fuck you want to tell. Get the fuck out of here. I don't fucking... Bro, listen, I'm done with you fucking... Like, bro, I'm not going to talk to any of you. Yeah, you're right. Because you give me trouble. You give me trouble, okay? This is all you do. You're good for nothing. Get out of here.
I'm good for
I'm not even going to talk to you. You're invisible to me. I don't care.
Yeah?
Yes, you're invisible to me. I'm done.
Okay. Have a nice day, buddy.
You too.
It's not another guy.
No, it's the same guy.
Oh my God!
It's the same guy.
This dude was
It's
yelling
this guy.
at her like he was another person.
And you getting
It's
me
like
in
being-
trouble.
you know, it's
You're
like when I-
getting me in trouble.
It's like when I talk to you like this, and I was like, "Hey, nigga, what's up?" Like it was two voices, but he got aggressive with her.
That's why I thought it was the second guy.
That's
why I thought it was the second guy.
Oh.
That is crazy.
Yo, it's been a long time since I've seen something this audacious from somebody. What is there to say? Hey, listen, lady, you missed out. You missed out on years of probably physical and verbal abuse. You probably missed out on somebody gaslighting you and mistreating you. Because, I mean, if he treating you like this before y'all even been on a date, imagine what it's like being in a relationship with it. So
We've got
North. Hi.
Hey.
How you doing?
Oh, good. How are you doing?
Good. We had a call about a disturbance here.
There's no disturbance here.
How did you deal with anxiety during hockey games? I never really felt anxious during hockey games. Sometimes when I was playing bad games, the only thing that would make me anxious is how my parents would treat me afterwards. Because I knew I was going to get screamed and yelled at and treated like shit for like a week. That was the only thing that would make me nervous, but otherwise, like, I was never afraid of getting hurt. I always liked starting fights, beating up people, smashing into people. Scoring goals was always fun. So whenever you have issues with nervousness when performing, so it could be like when you're weight training and you're lifting a very heavy weight, you're worried about getting hurt or something like that, or performing in a sport, whatever, it's good to just focus on like a technique you're doing. Just focus on, like, you know, how you're lifting a weight, just it coming down, hitting all the technique cues, and just don't focus on the thing that's making you nervous, like it being so heavy. I don't know, if you're getting nervous about being hurt in a hockey game, just focus on, like, just getting the puck or something. Just try to focus on something else that isn't making you nervous.
I'm not here. We're just talking. No, he had his window down. We've been talking. We had some house stuff to talk about.
Why are you so good at drawing? I used to draw a lot when I was a kid. I've gotten better recently without any practice. I just got better at it. Yeah, I'm just kind of naturally good at it, you know, like at least decent.
About and stuff, and we're just talking. He's just keeping warm, I reckon. We were just talking, and he ain't even. We don't have any issue. I'm not doing anything wrong.
I'm investigating
He told
a
you.
potential crime, okay?
There's for crying out loud.
Okay.
Now you're exaggerating.
I need you to settle down.
There is no.
Based on the information
You know what?
I got,
can talk,
based on the
and
information I was
you're
given.
not in power over
Okay,
anybody.
I'm about to put you in handcuffs if
no,
you don't
you're
stop.
not putting me in handcuffs.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
So I need to speak to people.
Wow, fucking police, dude. Call it Eris, donated $2. Did you ever take Remeron / mirtazapine for your depression? If so, how did you find it? No. I don't even know what that is. But, I've taken Wellbutrin, Seroquel, what else? I think Seroquel might have been the first one I was on. Then I had another, and then I went on Wellbutrin and sertraline, I'm off Wellbutrin now. Now I'm on sertraline and lorazepam. So I'm only on sertraline and lorazepam right now. Thanks for the donation call out, Eris.
People separately when it's a domestic violence
There's
possible issue.
Okay, I'm going.
Stop. Stop. You're under
You know
arrest.
what?
Okay, you're under arrest.
No, I'm not.
Put your
Don't-
hands behind your back. Put your hands
Stop
behind
it.
your back.
You're
Put your hands behind your back.
Literally no evidence that she committed a crime, and she's getting arrested for what?
No, things got a little out of hand, so
And welcome back to the Civil Rights Lawyer channel, where we not only go over these police videos, but
Dude, if this shit happened to me, like, it would be hard for me to get angry because, like, I know immediately I'm getting an automatic fucking payday, like, from a lawsuit.
we also discuss the underlying constitutional law. Now, this is brand new footage that came out from a 2020
Have you tried modafinil? No, if not.
incident where there was a $1 million lawsuit that was filed by the lady that you see here, 64-year-old Greta Jensen. And an internal investigation by the Bountiful Police Department found that this police officer, John Jobert, did in fact use excessive force while arresting this lady. In fact, he broke her jaw. But the police officer disagrees. Take a look at the footage, then we can discuss the law. But real quick, an ad for our sponsor. And yes, I did.
Christy Stinky Hole donated $2. Let me see. I don't know if I should show this on camera. Well, that was a fight.
What's all this about?
One of the sort of favourites, one of the targets, and some players don't cope for being a target.
The fuck was that? Okay, that was weird. Thanks for the donation, Christy Stinky Hole. Dodo donated $2. Can you please react? Let me
Hello.
Perfect. Hello.
What are your names and what are you guys doing
Oh, they're literally wearing terrorist garbs
today for all of those who are watching on our stream?
My name is Sweda.
My name is I am.
We're student organizers here at Columbia University. We're currently sitting in our tent.
So, by the way, the exact thing they're protesting is they're upset that $69,000 out of the $13 billion that Columbia University has for investments is being used in a company that supports Israel. That's it. It's the most pointless fucking protest you could ever imagine.
Break from the programming of the day, but there's a lot going on outside. We have a large community support. Students are coming in and out of the encampment, participating in our programming around Palestine and around the genocide in Gaza.
So you guys are a part of CUAD, Columbia University Apartheid Divest, right? Am I
Yes.
Am I saying that right? Okay.
Yeah.
So would you mind briefly telling everyone? We already went through the website, but would you mind briefly telling everybody watching at home what the stated goals are for CUAD? Also, this is Lolo. I don't know if you guys know him.
Would I bang a 19-year-old if I were single? In all likelihood not, because I'm not usually interested in women that young. Like, they'd have to be particularly intelligent and mature for me to have any interest.
Hello.
Hi.
He's an alumni who is defending Israel.
That's not true. That's not true.
I'm kidding.
We hate to hear that. We hope that's not true.
No, it's not true. It's not true. It's not true. I'm sorry. Lolo is a Columbia Law alumni as well. And no, he is, of course, anti-Zionist.
We actually have a lot of law students participating with us as well across the campus community. It's not just undergrads. It's a combination of graduate students, undergraduate students, law school students. So yeah.
They can't even articulate what makes Israel an apartheid state.
We have a couple of your colleagues here probably with us right now. With regard to Quad's demands, Quad is a movement, that organization, a coalition organization that has been active for 6 months now since the onset of the genocide. It has 5 demands that are stated on the website, but we are focusing on a number of those demands as part of this encampment. The first one being complete financial divestment from companies that are complicit in the fast ongoing genocide in Gaza, as well as the slow displacement of people within and throughout occupied Palestine. We're also demanding amnesty for our students. I'm sure you've seen that following the first encampment, we had close to 100 students be unfairly unfairly suspended post their arrest. We're demanding universal amnesty for those students.
Unfairly suspended. You were fucking trespassing, and a lot of them were shouting anti-Semitic slurs.
As well as amnesty for our students who've been disciplined as part of the 6 months of protests that have been ongoing on this campus since October, as well as amnesty for our professors who don't have academic freedom within their classrooms and are being disciplined by the university for the content of their speech, for speaking about settler colonialism, for speaking about the ramifications on public health of the genocide. That's where we're at right now.
Okay, there are literally Jewish professors that aren't allowed on campus, so who's being punished here?
Do you
have
anything to add?
I think she did an excellent job.
Were there were also legal observers who were arrested at the protest, is that correct?
Dude, just suspend all of these students indefinitely. All of these universities should just come together and say, you know what, if you're gonna fucking protest Israel and shit, you're fucking banned, you're suspended from the university, get fucked. And all of them should form a coalition to not allow any students on campus who've done this shit, and then just watch these fucks, like, flip burgers at McDonald's for the rest of their life. Like, fuck them.
Yes, true.
So what's the atmosphere like now, today?
Today, we would say, what would you say?
I would say the atmosphere is beautiful. I would say that there is joy everywhere and exuberance. There is light shooting out of people's eyes. It is immaculate, the way that we've kept this camp, the way that we've kept morale up in this movement. I've never seen the people more confident. I have never seen more people out here in support, and I have never seen Columbia University more scared.
So I have a question for you guys. How many students, do you know the exact number of students that have been suspended or have gotten any kind of punishment whatsoever for their unconditional support for Palestinian lives? You know, recognizing that Palestinians are human beings, for example. You know, things that are obviously considered unacceptable by the Columbia University administration.
Well, there's a number of students, I think close to 100 or maybe even over, that were disciplined in various ways, like not suspension, but maybe like academic probation or being called into like university hearings and things of that nature prior to the encampment. And then there were over 100 students who were arrested as part of the encampment, and I am
Yeah, it's because they were either trespassing or promoting anti-Semitism.
Was one of the students who was arrested as well. He could speak more on that. And over 80 of those students, some at Barnard College, some at Columbia College, some grad students, but all within the framework of Columbia University, have been suspended since the first encampment as well. And as of last night, we are again being threatened with disciplinary action by the university for maintaining this space. And if I would like to say more.
So we've also heard reports that Columbia University threw out the belongings of a lot of the students that were instantly suspended. And also,
don't you find it funny how fast the Holocaust is being forgotten? Literally 90% of Jews murdered. I don't know why, but anti-Semitism is just so insanely rampant, and it's been rampant all throughout history. I don't know why the Jews in particular are always the ones that are targeted. It's really fucking weird. It may have something to do with Jews having a long history when it comes to banking. Might have something to do with that, but it's just weird how everybody fucking hates Jews. I don't understand it.
Also, on top of that, we've heard reports that some of the students did not have access to their dorm rooms after being suspended, having their cards made in.
Oh, isn't that strange? You get suspended and told to leave, and you're not allowed back on campus. Like, no shit.
Active, leaving them out in the dark, literally, in the middle of New York City, with not really anywhere else to go, which is greatly endangering the lives of the students when Columbia University is tasked with, they have
Oh my god, yeah, the wealthiest kids on the planet who are willing to go to, who are able to afford to go to Columbia University. It's dangerous if you suspend them. Oh, they're gonna be left out on the street. And these are the richest kids in the fucking country who are able to attend Columbia University. Oh my god.
All of that immediately following arrest. No break in between. And I want IM to say more on that.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Columbia has evicted many of our peers, many of our comrades. They've left them without food or shelter.
Comrades.
We at the People's Encampment have been providing those things to those students. I shame Columbia University's inexcusable behavior in this regard, putting the safety of its students at direct risk.
Has Columbia University in the past been more open-minded towards, let's say, right-wing content creators coming onto the campus, making the campus a less safe space? The likes of, I don't know. I don't know if there's any recent situations involving like
Tommy Robinson? Dude, are you kidding me? Like... We're calling Tommy Robinson alt-right.
Ben Shapiro type or Matt Walsh, like transphobic content creators, reactionary right-wing charlatans that oftentimes require police presence and security?
Frankly, no, I haven't seen.
Yeah, why do you think the security's there? It's because the students are going to attack them.
Seen them. I may be wrong, but I haven't seen people
Okay.
of that.
All right.
We've been creating so much joy and so much beauty at this encampment, and we've been speaking with so many people who are here in solidarity and who are here in support, that it totally drowns out any of that negativity that is.
And again, we want to bring the conversation back to demands, and we believe that as much pressure that we can garner from mainstream media, from alternative media, regarding the demands of the Quad organization is incredibly important. Again, like I said, financial divestment, universal amnesty, academic freedom, and disclosure of finances, where our direct and indirect investments.
No, most of the protests, well, I'm sure there's plenty of Jewish protesters, but like just because there's a few pick-me's, that doesn't really fucking mean anything. They're still fucking retarded.
And as the faculty said earlier, to keep the NYPD out of this campus and away from brutalizing students as happened on Thursday.
And why is divestment such an important priority for you?
Well, it's a matter of the fact that we're students here, we're putting in our tuition money, and whether we want it or not, whether I'm morally against it or not, my money for an education is being used to refuse the right of life to other people. As a student, I'm against this. I, in good conscience, would not use my own personal money in this way, but my right to direct where the money is going is being taken away from me. And this is not unprecedented in Columbia University. Everybody knows Columbia is a protest school. People make jokes about this all the time. In 1968, again, we had people, we had our previous generation of students occupying buildings, demanding divestment from apartheid South Africa. Only recently, the university divested from Russia. This university has no holdings in Russia, but because U.S. geopolitical interests are on the side of Israel in the ongoing genocide, the university is reluctant to act in a.
It's the worst genocide in history, or the best genocide in history, depending on how you look at it, since, they've only managed to kill something like 30,000 civilians, quote-unquote?
Principled manner, reluctant to act in a moral manner, and is committed to ignoring the overwhelming support Quad has on this campus. We've passed divestment referendums and resolutions in a number of our undergraduate and graduate schools, the latest one being at Columbia College, so that's the undergraduate school. We got the results of that this morning. We know that on this campus there is mass support for refusing complicity, material complicity in violence throughout occupied Palestine, and the university continues to deny this.
Do you feel like the militant actions that Columbia University...
They're literally wearing terrorist symbols of Hamas while saying all of this shit. They're clearly Hamas supporters. And then they're wondering why the university is hostile against them.
University has engaged in against those speaking out against Israel's genocide is actually blowing back in their faces, and the support has only increased now with increased media presence on campus?
I mean, it's not even just increased media presence on campus, because we had a press moratorium the first few days of the encampment. What does that mean? Press were not allowed here.
Mm-hmm.
The only ones who got in were people who came in like before gates were closed, or who negotiated a way in through the journalism school or something like that. The university most definitely doesn't want press here. It's incredibly bad for their reputation. They've already suffered so much reputational damage. The optics are horrible. They haven't had NYPD on this campus for over 50 years.
The fact that there were hundreds of students encircling our encampment as the NYPD came down to brutally arrest each of us was of astronomical import in terms of rallying.
Brutally arrest. What makes an arrest brutal, necessarily? Like, if they're there to arrest you because you're trespassing and you're the one who escalates the violence, you can't blame it on the fucking officers.
The student body to our side.
And we also believe that we have hope that our demands are going to be met. We've been in the negotiations process with the university since Friday, and we believe that we hold leverage within those negotiations. That being said, no matter what the outcome is, we firmly believe that this encampment has sparked something across the nation. I want to...
Dude, if I was going to this university, I would start so much fucking shit. I'd go to this encampment and just fucking hold up like a big Jewish, like, pro-Israel sign. I'd fucking talk about how the Prophet Muhammad's a fucking child rapist, because I'm sure a lot of these students are fucking Muslims.
Recognize the fact that Vanderbilt, as well as one other school that I don't remember, I think, not sure which one it was, but Vanderbilt specifically did an encampment before we did, and they're not getting nearly as much media attention, despite the fact that 4 of their students were unfairly expelled. And if anybody's watching, I would ask them to pay as much attention to Vanderbilt as they are to Columbia. But going back to negotiations, even if we do not get what we want, and I'm fairly certain and cautiously optimistic that we are getting what we want, even if that doesn't happen, we know that we've sparked a movement across this nation. Yale, their students were recently arrested this morning. The New School, NYU.
That's right. Convince more of these idiot fucking student protesters to lose their education. Good job.
Other schools, I am.
Princeton.
I
think many of the schools in Boston.
This is the new thing that's happening, the occupations, and we think they're fruitful. All of that being said, something else that's really, really important is to not divert attention.
Yeah, I'd get swarmed by fucking limp dick fucking college pussies who can't do shit. Like, these are the most fucking weenie, like the weeniest of weenies. They go to Super Weenie Hut Jr. Like as if they could do shit to me.
away from Gaza. This is getting a lot of attention, and it's important because we need to make sure that we cut off the flow of money from here to corporations that are facilitating genocide. But it's also important that we don't detract attention away from Gaza. They're still discovering mutilated bodies in Gaza right now, and we don't want to be diverting attention from that. This is in support of Gaza, in solidarity with Gaza, and so Gaza has to be central in everything.
What do you have to say to Joe Biden, who recently gave an impromptu response to directly what you guys are doing in Colombia, where his reaction was, I condemn the anti-Semitic protests, Biden told the reporters a couple hours ago. I also condemn those who don't understand what's going on with the Palestinians. A little bit of both siding.
People very well understand what's going on with the Palestinians. If they had not understood over the past 75 years, they'd most definitely understood in the past 6 months. We have had so much, like I am said, press and journalists within this encampment area over the past few days, and they've seen what a peaceful movement this is against our university's complicity in genocide. We have community guidelines that everybody is being briefed on as they enter.
Yeah, peaceful movement. That's why Jewish students are getting attacked, right?
Within the space, and that includes the fact that this is a welcoming space for everybody, no matter what their ethnic, racial, or religious background is. We've held religious ceremonies for people of Jewish background.
Yeah, except if you're Jewish or Zionist or, you know, don't support Hamas, right?
Of Muslim backgrounds. JVP held their Sabbath program here. Muslims have been holding their congregational prayers here. For every student who's here in solidarity, this is a peaceful space. Quad had already on its own socials released a statement regarding actors who are unaffiliated with Colombia in this space. And again, like we said, we don't want to be diverting attention from what our demands are. Our demands are clear, and the nature of this movement has been clear for the past roughly 1 week in which it has been going on.
You're all students, so you're also have to be in class. You have to be being students. So what's that? So what's that like for the students that are there, or you know, prior, just that reality?
If you come to this camp, you can see that students are on their laptops, like on the lawn, trying to get what work they can get done. The library is quite close to us. The people who still have tap access, swipe access, and haven't been suspended are still using the libraries, as is their right. Other students who may be busy are simply not doing work at all, and I guess that's what's going to have to happen. We're calling supportive faculty to conduct their classes on the lawn. We've had a number of faculty, you know, sit on the tarps and give their lessons to their class, like members of their class, as well as other students on the lawn who are willing to listen. And we're fostering an educational space here. We may not be students in the typical sense of the word right now, like completing our assignments or going to class, but we've had so many educators in this space, community educators, labor organizers.
Wow. That's hilarious. So they're failing for this. They're not doing any assignments or going to class, and they're failing because they're upset Columbia University has about $69,000, which is just chump change, it's pennies, invested in pro-Israel companies.
People committed to divestment and liberation, people standing in solidarity with students here who've come and spoken on the lawn, gave us encouragement and shared their insight.
And I will add that this is an education far better than the imperial faux social justice education offered in these liberal institutions. This is a real and radical education for those of us who care about the actual emancipation of the human race.
That's actually an interesting point you made. I want to ask you guys both about.
You're Hamas supporters. Like, oh my God, if you look at the types of human rights abuses that are going on in Palestine versus Israel, the idea that supporting Palestine is going to, you know, lead to a better future where there's less human rights abuses versus supporting Israel, like, you have to be fucking retarded. Like, they throw gay people from fucking roofs or drag their bodies across the street on fucking trucks.
What led you to take such brave action against your own university? Like, was there a pivotal moment for you?
Back on the framing, not brave. It's not brave at all. No. It's been 6 months. We students at Columbia have been protesting, just like students across the nation, just like Palestinians themselves in Palestine. Students have been protesting for quite some time and haven't received any response or acknowledgement of their demands. It's not brave of us to be in solidarity with Gaza. It's the baseline.
I agree.
Yes, it's something that we aspire to. And genuinely, as students here on this camp, we do not.
You know, I'm pretty convinced at this point, if you're pro-Palestine, you're just dumb. Like, you're just a stupid person. The fact that the majority of the political opinion on these campus is pro-Palestinian, it just shows you how stupid the average college student is. Like it's no wonder why there's so many kids going to college, getting into massive debt, and then not using their education to get any, like, higher career, and then they just have to work these, like, shitty fucking menial jobs the rest of their lives just to pay off their college debt. Like, no wonder there's this, like, you know, student debt crisis, because they're all fucking stupid. Fuck.
Hello.
universal amnesty, academic freedom, and disclosure of finances, where our direct.
You're all students, so you're also have to be in class. You have to be being students. So what's that? So what's that like for the students that are there, or prior just that reality?
If you come to this camp, you can see that students are on their laptops, like on the lawn, trying to get what work they can get done. The library is quite close to us. The people who still have tap access, swipe access, and haven't been suspended are still using the libraries, as is their right. Other students who may be busy are simply not doing work at all, and I guess that's what's going to have to happen. We're calling supportive faculty to conduct their classes on the lawn. We've had a number of faculty, sit on the tarps and give their lessons to their class, like members of their class, as well as other students on the lawn who are willing to listen. And we're fostering an educational space here. We may not be students in the typical sense of the word right now, like completing our assignments or going to class, but we've had so many educators in this space, community educators, labor organizers, people committed to divestment and liberation, people standing in solidarity with students here who've come and spoken on the lawn, gave us encouragement and shared their insight.
And I will add that this is an education far better than the imperial faux social justice education offered.
Justice.
Amen.
What was but beyond that, what was I'm interested personally, like what was your experience, like what led you towards Palestinian emancipation? What was a moment of recognition for both of you, whether it was from early on? Because I'm Turkish, I'm Muslim. I grew up. Oh, nice. Türkçe konuşuyor musun sen? Okay, that's awesome. I thought you were from England, so I'm sorry for assuming that. You have a little bit of an accent. But regardless, as someone who's Turkish, obviously, like this is an issue that I have always had an opinion on for as long as I know myself. But I'm always interested in finding out about how other people have come to this recognition, specifically Americans of different, various different backgrounds. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit, that'd be great.
Actually, I come from, I would say, completely different backgrounds, like racially, religiously, like places of.
These college protesters are nothing but spoiled kids who want to get out of doing homework and going to class so they can LARP as righteous freedom fights. Maybe the college should skip them over there and have them protest IRL, sure they'd last 2 seconds.
I would love for these fucking idiots to be deported into Palestine, and then they can bring all of their retarded progressive beliefs over to Palestine where they'll get hung and killed. That'd be great. They'd learn pretty fucking quick that, yeah, supporting Palestine's a stupid fucking idea. Thanks for the donation, Adam.
Origin, whatever. So I think it's interesting to hear his answer as well. Personally speaking, I've always been doing social justice work, like throughout high school. I think that every single human being, by virtue of being on this earth, has to stake a claim in the cause for justice and has to pick a side one way or another. I view that to be part of the mandate of humanity. And Palestine, in many ways, is the litmus test, as people have been saying. It's most definitely not.
Oh, really? So you choose to support a nation that fucking murders gay people? Okay, yeah. You really stand for justice. You also support a nation that wants to eradicate all Jews on the planet.
The only injustice, it isn't, but it is a wake-up call in a way that is unprecedented, perhaps, in this moment. I would just say the fact that I've been interested in justice really the word for quite some time. I grew up as an immigrant. My mom's side of the family is Kurdish. I'm very well aware of discrimination and inequality. I would say, very basically speaking.
Yeah, I come from a Kentucky working-class family. My father studied American history in college, and I was raised on the powerful stories of the American Revolution. I've always had a deep dedication to freedom. And unfortunately, at the beginning of my life, I was presented with a view of history that is deeply ahistorical, a view of history that is deeply whitewashing and imperialist, which reinforces the power structures that be. And over the years of independent study, over the years of that dedication to freedom, that is how I come to support the Palestinian people. And that is why I'm here, for the liberation of not only Palestinians, but of every free human being on planet Earth, in love and solidarity and in respect.
Okay. You guys are both... I know you won't appreciate this, but you are everyone on this college campus is protesting against Palestine is very protesting against Israel's genocide upon the Palestinian population is very inspirational, and I see a lot of other college campuses also following suit. Like you guys also mentioned some of the ones that were there even before Columbia University set up encampments. It seems like Yale, MIT, Berkeley, and many others are now following suit, and I do hope that this will be successful overall. Do you mind showing around a little bit, like outside, just so we can get a quick glance?
Compliment and hold up.
No, it's good. That's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. There it is. You did it.
So these are our tents. We have a lot. I'm just gonna stepping on people's stuff, but
as we're here for a purpose and for a reason, we need to make sure that in all of our conversations we are centering Gaza, because although what we're doing here is incredible, and I am so grateful to be in community with you.
If there is anything important that has come up with the university, that's when we do our assemblies. There is a first aid tent over here. Plenty of things, I would say, and then I guess this is like a larger view.
Always going to be agitators and agent provocateurs in protests like this that infiltrate to make it seem like the overall protest is not a...
Honestly, even if it was a genocide, it's the most justifiable genocide in history. I fully support committing violent hate crimes against ragheads, and the state of Israel unironically building an Auschwitz is 2.0 and gassing them to death. No tears shed.
Don't know if I could support that, but thanks for the donation, Fisher Braindead. So now Hassan has conspiratorial beliefs that Jews are infiltrating these protests and spreading anti-Semitic rhetoric to make it seem as though the protests are anti-Semitic so that these protesters get less support. Cool story, bro. I think they were doing that all on their fucking own.
What's up, nigga? Haven't watched your streams live in a while. Your streaming schedules are not really friendly to European time zones. Anyways, hope you are doing well. Is Christy dead already? Why so much chat simping every stream? Is she even hot?
No, Christie's not particularly good looking or smart or, a good person just in general. I don't know if she showed up yet today. Maybe she's dead. She does eat a lot of chicken, so maybe she choked on a chicken bone. Can only hope. Thanks for the donation. Is Richard Burgess gay?
About Palestine, but about the whole litany of different issues.
These media narratives, these ways of manufacturing the consent of the American people are not to be taken seriously.
Yeah.
They're very clearly the operation of the media and surveillance state. Here are guidelines.
We give a briefing to people as they come in about what the guidelines are for being in this space. And then we have entrance and exit on both sides.
Yeah.
Sick.
What do you say to people that are trying to bastardize this? Because apparently there was like some kind of like anti-Semitic sign that snuck through or something, and then everyone was pointing to it to be like, this entire protest is actually anti-Semitic. Like people hyperventilating about this sort of shit when the obvious protests are about Israel's actions in Gaza and divesting and making.
What is that thing they're wearing on their head? Kaffa or whatever? Wait. What's the thing called? Yeah, keffiyeh. They're wearing fucking keffiyehs, which shows support for fucking Hamas. And then they're fucking saying, oh, it's not about being anti-Semitic, but then you're directly supporting a terror organization that fucking wants to kill Jews.
Making sure that the Columbia University divests from the genocide that Israel is conducting in Gaza.
Like I said, I personally don't want to give any more attention to media that would seek to distract from the genocide and seek to distract from what the students' demands are from their university. That being said, we have our community guidelines. This is a safe space for everybody, so long as they are committed to the demands that we have of the university, and we maintain our focus on those demands. That's it.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much, guys. Is there anything else you want to say before we get back to our coverage?
Yeah, set our demands.
You can flip the camera back, by the way, if you don't mind.
I think my mom is calling me at the same time. Parents have been really worried. Wait,
I'm sure they're very proud of you guys.
I hope so. I hope that my Trump endorsing father will see the wisdom and will see the beauty in what we're creating and will come along with us in justice.
One day.
My parents are scared. Yep. Okay. Thank you guys so much for. Hope you have a good live stream.
All right, thank you. All right.
That was sick.
Dude, oh, that's awesome. Dude,
Cool
it makes me listen. This is.
Hassan is such a piece of shit, dude.
If anything, people screaming for help might carry more evidence that it's a terrorist than not. What is the implication in your mind? Like, what are you thinking? You're like, okay.
Oh, dude, this is great, man. I'm not a hater. It's not really on topic, but some criticism, I guess. How can you make fun of certain streamers?
Did do that video yesterday and had my beard trimmed today. So you're going to go back in time real quick and then pop back to my current beard.
Bountiful 2 Golf 10. We're going to be on 200 east, about 600 north. Hi.
Hey.
How you doing?
Oh, good. How are you doing?
Good. We had a call about a disturbance here.
Police received a call from a landlord after Jensen, the ex-wife of a tenant, appeared to be yelling at the tenant and standing outside his car so that he couldn't leave. Officer Jobert arrived at the house around 4 p.m. He later testified in a deposition. As I approached him, I remember I could hear Greta pretty loud, sounded upset. He said she had been standing at the driver's door of her ex-husband's car, who had his window rolled up, and that the situation was corroborating exactly what I was told by dispatch. Body camera footage shows the officer sending the ex-husband into his house to separate the two, and then he began to question Greta Jensen. Joubert said in a deposition that he asked basic questions and was met with just an unusual amount of resistance that was puzzling to me. He said, I tried to explain as best as I could why I was doing what I was doing and trying to de-escalate things, but everything I tried didn't seem...
There was nothing to de-escalate.
...effective.
There's no disturbance here. I'm not here. We're just talking.
Okay. Well, it looks like you're...
They're both telling the officer they're just talking. Both of them. Neither of them were saying, oh yeah, she hit me or he hit me. There was nothing to de-escalate, and then he fucking broke this woman's jaw.
We haven't yelled or nothing.
Looks like you're trying to talk to someone that doesn't want to talk.
No, he had his window down. We've been talking. We had some house stuff to talk about and stuff, and we're just talking. He just keep him warm, I reckon. I don't know. I didn't ask him to get out.
Well, his window was rolled up. That's weird.
Well, you weren't here the whole time his window wasn't rolled up. He rolled it up when he turned on his heater. But
She's leaving and I'm going.
We're not. There's no disturbance. Somebody lied to you. I would get them for false reporting because we hadn't had any disturbance.
Okay.
That I know of.
So are you doing okay?
Oh, good. I'm good. Good. I'm just going in and she's leaving. So.
Yeah, we were just talking about some stuff.
Was there somebody else here? Because I'm confused now.
I am too. We didn't hear anything. Nobody yelled.
Maybe she was yelling through my window or something.
No, I was not yelling.
Talking loud, excuse me.
No, I was talking just like that. I wasn't talking loud.
What's your name?
Monty.
No, we haven't talked. I talk like this.
Are you guys ex?
Yeah.
Ex-wife? Okay.
So we still have some.
Who's the landlord?
Jeremy?
Any idea why he'd be calling?
Maybe she was yelling through the
No,
window.
but maybe I don't know. Monty, I was not yelling. And
Well, I had the window closed. Maybe.
No, I was talking. This is as loud as I talk, so you can call that loud. And maybe tell him.
How
to come
far
out
out are
here.
you?
We were just talking, and he ain't even. We don't have any issue. We were just talking about.
Can I just talk to you inside later in just a sec?
Sure.
Excellent, thanks.
Sure.
Okay. No, I was just leaving. We were just talking. That's all we were doing. We're not arguing. We're not mad.
Okay.
Nothing.
Can you take your hands out of your pockets for me?
Well, you're cold.
Can you just keep them out of your pockets, please?
No, I don't have. You don't feel? I don't have anything in my pockets. Well, don't be silly.
Why don't you settle down a little bit, okay? It's something I do for my safety.
If somebody comes up and harassing you, you would get a little like, why are you harassing me? I didn't do nothing wrong. So
who's harassing you?
It feels like harassment.
I'm just asking you what's going on. I need you to stay here.
I'm not doing anything wrong.
I'm investigating a potential crime.
There's nothing to investigate, and what potential crime?
I'm okay.
There's for crying out loud.
Okay.
Now you're exaggerating.
I need you to settle down.
There's no.
Based on the information I got.
I can talk.
The Muslim Dawa over Dunya's live think he is welcoming debates. Oh shit. Let's see.
Different from the way that the Shias make wudu.
Oh, this guy.
I don't know if you know, but Shias, like, they pour water differently and they don't rinse their mouth and that kind of stuff. So he noticed that I made wudu differently and he was like, oh, are you Sunni? So I said, yeah, what about you? And he said, well, I'm a Shia, but, I like the Sunnis. I have no problem with any Sunnis, And it was pretty interesting because we were talking a little bit about like where the masjid is, and we're gonna go pray because it was time for prayer. But he was talking about like, we both read the same Quran, right? Yeah, we both follow the Prophet Muhammad. We both pray in the same direction. We both eat from the same food. And he's like, yeah, we have no problem with it.
Are they? I mean, are these different type of Shia? It sounds like it. Apart from the, apart from the current, Ithna Ashara.
Yeah, they are. It does. They do sound different from like the typical Shia that you would find on like the YouTube chats and Twitter and that kind of stuff. But this is something that I really quickly noticed in Iran. this entire divide between Sunnis and Shias, it's all, you know, it's both real and it's fake. It's like racism, you know. It's they're just trying to get
Subhanallah.
us. They're just trying to throw each other us at each other so that we're.
What's
You
good,
know,
Akon? I'm back.
welcome back, DeAndre.
Say it
Yeah,
again.
as I was saying, you know how they say like, oh, you know, you gotta, you have classism, you have racism, everybody's trying to kill each other, everybody hates each other, but we don't see the real enemy, which is the shaitan. And it's the same thing with Sunni and Shia. When you're in Iran, the epicenter of what they say, the Shias are all there. Nobody's gonna bother you at all. Nobody's gonna say anything at all. Nobody's gonna insult you. Nobody's gonna hurt you. Nobody's gonna look bad at you. Nobody's gonna notice you at all.
Wow.
It's just the couple of extremists on the internet, like on YouTube and on Twitter and on the YouTube chats and all that kind of stuff. And they're the loud minority, but 99% of all Shia, they're just the same as us. They are just born into a Shia family, so they identify as Shia, but they are just regular Muslims.
Interesting.
Yeah, of
Very
course, I
interesting.
don't agree with all of their aqidah and their fiqh, and they obviously pray differently to us in some ways, and they make wudu differently in some ways. But this entire idea of like, oh, all Shias just sit around all day insulting the Sahabas and the wives of the Prophet and all that kind of stuff. None of
I'm
that
sure they
happened
got
at
better
all.
things to do.
Yeah, I mean, nobody thinks about it. They only have good things to say. They only hear bad things about them, so they just ignore it. They don't actually hate the Sahabas. They just ignore them. They think it's like, some Sunnis, they would say, oh, the Imams, they are just for the Shias. But we also accept the Imams. We also accept Hassan and Hussein, radiallahu anhum. We accept Jafar Sadiq. We accept all of these people. We accept their authentic statements. But some Sunnis that are not very, they're not very deep into their religion, they might think, oh, well, the Imams are just for the Shias and the Sahabas are for us, when we accept both.
When in reality, I agree with you, In
Yeah.
reality,
Did Neil cut off again?
his descendants, yeah. I was connecting to the Wi-Fi. When in reality, I was saying, that the grandchildren of Ali and his great grandchildren after him, they were all upon the Sunnah of the Prophet. They had no differences whatsoever in the texts. They speak for themselves. Their statements. SubhanAllah.
By the way, just to let you
This
guys
is the
know,
beautiful thing about it, that we love them, Yeah.
at about 7:30, I'm not necessarily going to end the stream at 7:30, but which is like in an hour and a half from now. But I am going to have to step away for a bit because there's an important meeting I have to get to about some things.
This thing isn't telling me if my camera's on or off. Can you guys confirm?
No, you're good. No, you're good.
It's off.
No, you're good. We can't see you. No, don't worry. You're good.
We cannot see you, DeAndre.
Who's messaging me now?
Yeah, and Neil, just to add further on to the experience of what it was like in Iran with the Shias, I was in so many musallas, I was in so many masjids, I was praying inside, outside, everywhere. Nobody once said anything to me or tried to obstruct.
Oh, well, there you go. He kicked me.
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are doing just great tonight. So, check out this clip of Trump's fucking fat-ass attorney general, who opposed his actions on January 6th, say that he will vote for him lol.
Let me see.
Something that Trump posted about you this week, because he responded in response to you saying you'd vote for the Republican ticket. Wow, former AG Bill Barr, who let a lot of great people down by not investigating voter fraud in our country, has just endorsed me for president despite the fact that I called him weak, slow-moving, lethargic, gutless, and lazy. Based on the fact that I greatly appreciate his wholehearted endorsement, I am removing the word lethargic from my statement. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah.
classic Trump. What's the question?
What's your response?
Well, I mean, obviously, what I said was that I'm very disappointed that this country is stuck with this choice between two people who I don't think either of them should be president of the United States. But given that binary choice, I feel I have to choose Trump.
Okay, well, that guy's delusional. Thanks for that donation, Finn Gurmias.
Is this a debate? How are you tonight? New Frank vids to watch.
I'm doing okay. Can't really complain about anything too much. And yeah, that guy has a call-in show where supposedly he allows for debates, but he kicked me off because he didn't want to debate me. Every Muslim channel is afraid of debating me. I don't think there's a single one who's willing to debate. Thanks for that donation, though, James. Doesn't look like Frank has any new content uploaded, unfortunately. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Based on the information I was given.
You're not in power over
Okay,
anybody.
I'm about to put you in handcuffs if you don't stop.
Not put me in handcuffs.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not.
So let me tell you what the call was.
Wrong. I've done nothing
Let me tell you what the report was.
I don't care what the report was. He just told you we weren't doing anything. And we are the two people
Yeah, this is hearsay.
involved.
Nah, normal speed's fine.
So
we got a call that you were being disorderly out in front of the house.
that's a lie.
That you were shouting at him.
No shouting.
And that you were not letting him get out of the car.
Never did. I was just standing there talking. We were just talking. He never said, move. I'm going to get out.
By the way, he corroborated her story, too, at this point, so this cop should just fuck off and leave.
The car, he had the heater on. He turned it off. He started the car back, and we were just talking.
Okay.
And I was leaving. We were about, I gave him a piece of mail that came to the house that he needed. And then we started talking about, we got to sell the house. And we were talking about pricing and just different things.
Okay.
We weren't arguing at all. There was no
Well, can you understand how it would look to me when I come walking up here and his window's rolled up and you're being kind of loud?
You know what? I wasn't being kind of loud. That's a lie. You can say it all you want. Don't make it true. Your opinion doesn't make facts true. So
What's your name?
Greta.
What's your last
The same as his.
What's your date of birth? Okay.
There is nothing. Go get whoever said that.
That's what I'm
Monty
going
just,
to.
You know what? Me and Monty.
Can you just stand still, please?
Don't tell me how to move. You're not God.
I just
Get
asked
over
you to
it.
please stand still.
I asked you to quit bossing me around. I'm not doing nothing wrong.
I asked you. I'm not bossing.
You know what you're doing, sir. You know what you're doing.
If she wanted to, she could be doing cartwheels, handstands, and whatever the fuck she wants. None of this is a lawful order.
Just stand
You
still,
know
please.
what you're doing. Stop.
Will you
Your
please?
ego is out of control.
I
Just
said
stop.
please. Will you please just settle down?
Doing anything wrong?
We were having a perfectly
You know
fine
what?
conversation.
Yeah, me and Monty, are we the? Did he tell you there was no problem? Did I tell you no problem?
Well, people.
And we didn't see anybody.
So I need to speak to people
So-
separately when it's a domestic violence
There's
possible issue.
Okay.
There was no report of domestic violence.
Stop.
So at some point, Jensen begins to attempt to walk away. Jobert tells her to stop, and he grabs her arms to make an arrest.
Stop. You're under
You know
arrest.
what?
Okay, you're under
No,
arrest.
I'm not.
Put your
Don't-
hands behind your back.
Don't
Put your hands
stop
behind
it.
your back.
You're
Put your hands behind your back. You are under arrest.
I'm not doing that.
Put your hands behind your back. Stop resisting.
That is a clear violation of the Fourth Amendment.
Stop resisting.
I'm not.
The woman then resists, yelling, "Please stop, please don't make this something it's not." She continues to ask Jobert to stop as she's being pinned to a wall.
I'm not doing nothing.
Stop resisting.
I'm not doing nothing.
Stop
Just
resisting.
Just stop right now.
Stop resisting.
Okay,
Put your hands behind your back.
I am. Stop
Put your
right
hands
now.
behind your back.
Stop right now.
Yes,
Stop.
expedite
You're
now.
out. No, you're lying.
Put your hands behind your back.
No,
Put your
I'm
hands
not.
behind your back.
I didn't do nothing, sir.
Put your other hand behind
Please
your back.
stop.
Put
Please
your
don't make
other
this
hand.
something it's not.
Put your hand
I had
behind your
shoulder
back.
surgery. Will you stop?
Put your other hand behind your back
I
then.
didn't do nothing.
Put your other hand behind your back.
Listen.
She says that she had shoulder surgery. They both fall to the ground, and Jobert says, Put your hands behind your expletive back before appearing to punch her in the face.
Stop, just stop right now. Stop.
Behind you.
You are harassing me. Please stop.
Put your hand behind your back.
I'm not doing nothing. I don't have a weapon.
Put your hand behind your
I'm
back.
not doing nothing wrong.
Put your hand behind
Ow,
your back.
you hit my head. Please
Put
stop.
your hand behind
I'm
your
not
back.
doing nothing
Put
wrong.
your hand behind your back.
Yeah, you punched her.
Put your
I
hand
didn't do
behind
it.
your back.
Hey,
Put your hand
you know
behind
what?
your
I
back.
didn't do it.
Put your
Oh,
hand
there he
behind
goes.
your
Punched
back.
her again.
Ow! Ow, that hurt!
Put your hand behind your back.
He's hit me! He's hit me!
On your back.
He's hit me!
The lawsuit that was filed says that Jobert slammed Miss Jensen into a concrete driveway 3 separate times and punched her in the face. Another officer then jumps in to take over the arrest while Jensen yells, "He hit me in the face, I didn't do nothing, and he busted my jaw."
He just hit me in the face!
Put your
hand. I didn't do nothing! I didn't do nothing! I did nothing! He hit me in the face!
Okay.
He hit me in the face!
Stop.
He hit me in the face, please!
Stop.
All I did was walk off! That's all I did!
Yeah.
That's all I did! I didn't do nothing!
Stop. We'll figure it
I
out.
did not do nothing!
Okay, we'll
He
figure it
hit me in the face like 3 times!
We'll figure it
You've
out.
got a lawsuit! You've got a lawsuit! You thought you cannot do that to somebody! I didn't do nothing! I did nothing! Get the medical here!
Well, that's the police for you.
Right now! Right now! He busted my jaw! He busted my jaw! I didn't even move my hand! I didn't do anything! On my jaw! This is not my jaw! All I did was just say I'm leaving! He has nothing! I didn't do nothing! And look what he just did to me!
Let's give us a sec to work through
No.
everything.
Yeah, this is a clear Fourth Amendment violation and excessive force.
You got a lawsuit, buddy. I didn't do nothing. I did not do nothing.
You gotta take this one step at a time, all right? Or
I
how are
did
those
not do
handcuffs
nothing.
feel?
Did not do anything.
How do those handcuffs
Did
feel?
not do anything.
Jensen was taken to the hospital and was found to have a fractured jaw. And listen to this, Officer Jobert later requested that Jensen provide restitution to replace his pants, which had gotten torn in the scuffle.
What?
According to court documents. After this occurred,
Oh my
Officer
God.
Jobert went and talked to the landlord of the property, who was the guy who actually called police in the first place. And so here you can hear it firsthand what the guy had to say.
Hello.
Officers.
Yeah, why the fuck did the guy even call the cops?
Are you the owner then?
Yes.
Okay. Where is Monty?
Monty was in his.
Yeah, he was when I got here.
Oh, okay.
Where did he? Is he
where does
inside?
live? He lives in the back.
Of which
the
one?
Entrance. The entrance. Let me grab my shoes real quick. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, dude, Gil sped right past me.
Yeah.
She keeps rolling over trying to fight me.
So he lives in the big.
Let me just talk to you first, too, before we go.
Yeah,
Talk to him again. I just want to know where we're going.
His door's right there. But
Okay, so what did you see happening?
so I pulled in, came home. I'll give you just a brief background and then tell you what I saw. I got home. Well, the brief background is-
He's friendly for all I know. Like, he was fine with me.
Okay. And we've had no issue. Monty's been great. He's a good neighbor. He's a good tenant. He's good. From all accounts, she provokes him.
Uh-huh.
You know, if ever, you know, there's been a couple times where there's been kind of a dispute outdoors, and she really rides him pretty hard.
Uh-huh.
But so she comes. He's made it clear. He's told me she's not welcome, and that I'm welcome to ask her to leave. He's told her that she comes around, and she used to come down.
I brought your notepad, Samwar.
She used to come and wait.
Mine's in the car.
Mine's at my desk.
That's all right. No, I got a. Okay, I got some.
She used to come and wait for him in his stairwell when
Okay.
he got home from work, and he had no way to get her to leave. And so he started locking this outdoor door. And it goes down the stairs to another door.
List these people in order of worst to least worst and most fake to least fake. Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Sneeko, and Hassan.
Worst to least worst and most fake to least fake. Okay, worst to most worst. Or sorry, worst to least worst. I would say Tucker Carlson, Hassan, Candace Owens, Sneeko. Yeah, in that order. The reason I put Sneeko last is just because he's a fucking idiot, and I don't think he's a serious political commentator that anybody takes seriously. Like, he just has an audience of 12-year-olds who are going to grow up and not watch his content in a few years. Most fake to least fake, that would have to be Sneeko, then Hassan, then Tucker Carlson, then Candace Owens. Thanks for the donation, Goomba.
So since she couldn't talk to him through the door here, she's been coming to his window wells on the side, and
I'm not going to bother playing Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade just isn't that good of a game.
yelling at him through his window wells. And so that's where several times over the last few months, I mean, it's almost been on a weekly basis, I'll get a complaint from a neighbor because they can hear her yelling at him. And so probably 3 weeks ago, I came out. One time she was yelling at him down her window well, or down his window well, and I said, hey, what's going on here? You know, and I confronted her and asked her.
Okay, so basically, she was trespassing, essentially. Technically, you could call this trespassing, because the landlord didn't want her on the property, but she was leaving. So, this was a completely unlawful arrest.
What was this?
This was about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
About 3 weeks ago. And she was very defensive and angry with me at first. And it took about 5-10 minutes of her really challenging me. You know, what am I doing?
Grand Am donated to 645 to 910. Let me see. 645.
First name.
What's
your first name?
Anakin.
Nah,
I'm just playing. It's Balin.
But don't bullshit. We're gonna take you to jail for that.
It's Balin.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry.
not stupid. I know that.
Here we go. Yes, get angry at an obvious fucking joke when somebody's just being friendly.
Oh, you watch?
Do you have ID on you?
I do
Even
not.
better.
I do not.
Do you have ID on you?
No, I don't. But
You
I
have
thought you were
ID on
asking
you.
him what his costume was.
Okay, get your ID out. Do you have ID on you? I don't.
I literally thought you were just asking my costume. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I said, what's your first name?
I know. I thought you were talking about the costume.
The
My
costume's
name
first
is
name is
Balin.
Anakin.
Yeah. Imagine someone driving
should
by,
not
just
do
see
this
him,
serious, dude.
just seeing Luke and Anakin. Yeah.
Everybody needs to be quiet.
Okay. Well,
This
you're
is
yelling
not-
at
This is
us.
not
Yes,
a
sir,
Q&A.
yes, sir.
This isn't a Q&A.
No, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I
Okay.
ask
It's not a
questions
Q&A.
to you. It does not
One
matter.
Okay.
side,
Yeah, that's
yes,
fair.
sir, yeah,
That's
yeah,
super
yes,
fair.
sir, yes, sir.
Okay.
Costume or actual? I'm kidding, Kyle.
Isn't there real crimes when you're wearing
Alright.
outfits in the store? It's literally Halloween. We can't wear outfits. That's what we're getting in trouble for. Not a Q&A, by the way. It's not a Q&A. We need Fred Beyer up in here. Like, literally, he would just walk off. Wait, so quick question. Why are you so upset?
Been using the force lately?
Yeah, man. All the time. Me and Padme were fucking doing doggy the other night. Got crazy.
Yeah, me and Leo were too.
It's your sister, bro.
Well, it was episode 4, so I didn't know.
Oh, okay, okay. You got a favorite Star Wars movie? Mine's Revenge of the Sith. Prequels are better than the originals, though. But I think for nerds.
Yeah, I was just laying with dorks, wearing costumes on Halloween.
I know.
Getting popcorn.
It's outrageous.
It's unfair.
This is outrageous. It's unfair.
They need it back up for us, wearing costumes and getting popcorn. What's up, man? How you doing?
I like it.
Thank you, thank you. Anakin, how funny would it be if we go to jail in these outfits?
All right, you guys are trespassing from the store, right?
All right.
You understand what that means? You can't come back. If you come back, you're subject to arrest.
So just so we know what not to do next time, what crime did we commit?
I don't know. You did not commit a crime. You did not commit a crime. You did not commit a crime.
So why'd you go so hard on us?
I didn't go hard on you.
So I can literally get trespassed for any reason.
Yeah. Yes.
So they could just whip that out on someone if they don't like their haircut or something? Because I feel like it just wasn't vibing with my outfit.
Hi VG, need your advice. I'm torn between an Audi RS series car or a BMW M car. Thoughts? Can you compare performance? Thanks.
Get a BMW. As problematic as BMWs can be, Audis are absolute just dog water cars. In order to get a comparable level of performance to an M car, you're going to be paying more money, and you're going to get a car that's just worse in general. And you'd be lucky to get to 100,000 miles on it. Pretty much all Audis, once you hit between 80 and 100,000 miles, they're just piles of junk. You seriously have to consider just scrapping them and sending them to a junkyard. They're not worth... The resale value goes down super fucking quickly, and you're gonna end up having to pay for repairs that are like $5,000 every few months, which, you know, for a car that's depreciated by like 50%, it doesn't make sense, you know, putting that kind of money into a car like that. So just get a BMW M if your choice is between a BMW M and a Audi RS series. Audis are fucking garbage. Never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, buy an Audi. I'm not a big fan of BMW personally because, like, they have reliability issues, but as long as you keep track of maintenance schedules, you can keep them running, and they're not going to just completely and utterly break down on you like Audis will. So... yeah, just get a BMW. Thanks for the donation, Chad.
Get in the vehicle and go.
Okay. We took our speeder.
Okay.
Yeah, the
Get your
pod
speeder
racer.
and go. You guys have a wonderful day.
You too.
Audis are far less reliable than BMWs, dude.
Of course we're with you. Yeah, of course. They kicked us out for wearing costumes.
Hey, what was your instruction?
Oh, he just wanted a
Get in your
picture.
car and get off the property.
He just wanted a
Get in
picture.
your
I'm
car
sorry.
and get off the property.
Dude, I'm taking a picture. Take it too serious. I don't have a car. I told you it was a speeder. Bro got mad over an Anakin joke. What's your fucking real name?
Dude, so we're chilling here. This random fucking dude jumps in the back of our car.
We out here! Tell him what's up, man.
Oh, yes.
He's gone. I don't know where he's going. He jumped in the back of our car, and the cops.
Anakin, stop being so arrogant. Focus.
Sequels, George. Life would be a lot. Some popcorn for when we watch Clone Wars tonight? Of course, man. So keep it.
Okay, so he had a problem with them filming inside the store. That's why the cops came. Those cops are kind of, just dicks.
Who's complaining? What's, you know, and obviously I didn't tell her the neighbor, but just said, look, you know, I really don't have a problem that you're here as long as you're welcome and you're civil. But when my neighbors are complaining, we have a problem. And if I have to involve the police or, you know, basically kind of warned her, right? And it got better. She still came around a few times after that, but she was a little quieter. And then the last couple weeks, I've had a few more complaints.
Have we been here in the last couple of weeks?
No, and
okay.
And I don't know. You know, that's where I've tried to avoid this type of escalation because I worry that she'll come back.
Will you get a statement from him, Ryan? Just while I'm talking to him.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, Ryan? Yeah, that's all good.
Yeah.
Jeremy?
Yeah. So
Goes too far sometimes.
Just so you know the circumstances, I had a neighbor text me again, and I was like, I felt like I've got.
We just want to get a statement from you guys separately before, because things kind of escalated. So. Do you have any cameras here or anything?
I don't. I wish I did. I've got a ring that I need to install.
Were you watching what happened?
No. I saw you come here, and I almost wanted to point you around the corner. I should have.
Well, yeah, it was really.
Wow, so the call he gave to the police was, there's a woman here that might be starting problems. Could you please just investigate? And then when the cop investigated, he asked both parties. They said there's no problem here, and she was leaving, and then they arrested her for no fucking reason.
Really weird, because looking at the map and it says 207, 238, and then I'm like, okay, it's over here.
It's a 650 North address.
I heard her,
Yeah.
and then I was like, okay, this must be where we're going.
Yeah.
No, things got a little out of hand. So.
No, I'm sorry.
Okay,
about that.
so within the last 3 weeks, started getting worse. Texting neighbors.
So then today, I just came home from. I had my kids in the van, and we just came home from my mom's.
Vince dropped by. He said that 64-year-old lady should have gotten punched again for not obeying. Yeah, well, that's why she is suing the cops for $1 million, and she's probably going to win. So, yeah, there's a thing called the Fourth Amendment. You can't arrest somebody unjustifiably.
House, and as I pulled around the corner here to come into my garage, she was standing there at Monty's door. Talking
At his car
to
door?
him at his car door. She was standing at his car door, and so my immediate thought, and this is an assumption. I don't know what the facts are, but was that she's got him pinned in his car, and he's not getting out because he's trying to avoid confrontation. And
was his window up or down?
Up. Window was up.
And when was this? Like approximate time?
Oh, this was like within the last probably 30 minutes. Like I called pretty close, because as soon as I saw that, I got out of the car. I could hear her through my garage door. And before we got out of the car, I shut the garage door, because the garage door that I came in is the one right there where she was standing. So I shut the garage door, and as I'm getting my kids out, I can hear her through the door. I don't know if she was yelling. I could hear her pretty easily. And so we came inside, and I pulled out my phone, and I had a text from a neighbor saying she's back, and she's got him pinned in his car. And so I was like, and I said, so this has been over months, and I have some text history.
Can I see that text, and can I get that neighbor's info?
Yeah. So there's the text. She's back today.
Come.
Let me see, Goat.
Hey, Balboni tell you I was stopping by?
Who?
Balboni. I got those 6.5 foot cables for you guys. I'm Johnny, project manager.
Alright, maybe it's probably
What
tough
the
to
fuck is that stick you're holding?
It's a flagger sign.
Tell them to go around, would you?
Yeah.
What do you do?
I'm just a flagger.
You're doing good, man.
For Eli.
I like how you're standing out there. Your hat's bright. Everyone can see you. You're doing a good job.
Appreciate
Now,
you,
what
sir.
if I ask you to piss in a cup for me today? Are you going to be able to pass it?
Yeah, I could probably pass it for you.
Even if you're smoking crypto?
Crypto?
Yeah, cryptocurrency.
Oh, man.
Do you do that?
Do I do crypto?
Yeah.
No, I've never done it. I've never tried it before.
You know Bitcoin and shit like that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're extracting that shit now off the internet.
Oh, hell.
Let me get going.
All right, brother. You have a good one.
See you too.
Was that just a crazy guy?
Hey. Balboni.
Yeah, was that just a crazy guy? Thanks for that donation, Goat. That was good.
She's literally yelling at him while he's in his car, like trapping him. She sent a picture, so she lives upstairs.
Okay.
You can't give an resisting arrest charge if the arrest was unlawful.
Okay, so she was probably just watching what just happened.
So she probably did see.
So how do we get to her? Up the stairs here, or?
Yeah, through. And so I said, thanks, Sydney. I'll call to report it. They're sending an officer.
Okay, so you see the text, you hear her see her and hear her at the window, and go from there.
Yep.
What happened after that? Did you call us, or did you listen, or hear anything specific?
I didn't. It's hard because I try not to pry too much, and I don't. You know what I mean? It's like so I just called as soon as I saw the text. So this was all. I mean, I was on the phone within.
So the officer clearly only had hearsay to go on. This is pure hearsay. So he had no legal justification for the arrest.
I was on the phone within 10 minutes of arriving home.
Okay.
And to be fair to Greta, when I was on the phone, they're like, is she yelling? And she wasn't really yelling at him. She seemed calm at that time. she's yelled at him before, and I've witnessed it. But today, she wasn't. But obviously, clearly, it sounds like.
So, again, more corroborating evidence. The person who called said she wasn't yelling. The husband said she wasn't yelling. She said she wasn't yelling. And then he arrested her anyway for no reason.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
got real upset after you guys showed up, but
okay, let's go over this. Really, I see two issues here. One, we have the initial interaction that takes place and the issue of whether or not this police officer can forcibly detain Greta against her will rather than allow her to walk away. And then secondly, in so doing, did the officer act reasonably, or did he act with excessive amounts of force, i.e. commit excessive force against Greta, which is indicated by the fact that he apparently broke her jaw. Let's look at issue number 1 first. What was the reason that this officer got called here? I didn't hear the 911 call, but we have an extremely thorough explanation from the landlord, who appears to be sort of a Karen type, overly dramatic, who really, he did not observe Greta committing any crime. And he apparently reported to 911 dispatch that this woman was perhaps raising her voice, but did not allege, as far as I can tell, that this woman committed any crime at all. The officer shows up to the scene, categorizing it as a domestic situation, but nobody had alleged that anybody had been assaulted or battered, that any domestic violence had occurred. So this is one of those Karen call situations where no crime has been alleged, but this police officer is going to forcibly detain this woman anyways. So in my opinion, there was no reasonable suspicion that could be articulated by any objectively reasonable police officer at this point that this woman could be held against her will. He didn't see any crime being committed. He wasn't told that any crime had been committed. The guy who was the alleged victim did not say that any crime had been committed, or did not ask for the police officer's help. When he talked to the woman, she answered his questions. She was fairly cooperative in the beginning, and she said that there was no problem. So this is another situation where police officers escalate some violent situation where there was no need for them to be involved in the first place, and where it, even accidentally being called by a Karen landlord, should have realized very quickly on that there was no problem, go on their way. All right, and if that's the case, if this was an illegal detention, which he goes to walk away and he stops her, then anything that happened after that would be objectively unreasonable, because he had no right to lay his hands on her or to restrict her freedom in any way. But let's assume that he did. Let's say, all right, reasonable suspicion is an easy standard. He had the right to detain her and investigate further. So, did he act reasonably? The courts will look at the Graham factors, because this woman is not a pretrial detainee. She's not a prisoner. She's a free American citizen walking around, and she has Fourth Amendment rights. The Graham factors say that the courts will look at 3 factors to determine whether or not the officer acted reasonably. 1, the severity of the crime at issue. Well, that's easy. There is no crime at issue. It's a potential domestic call where no crime has been alleged at all. So it would not justify very much violence under the first Graham factor. Secondly, whether or not the subject was actively evading arrest or resisting. Well, she wasn't under arrest. She wasn't under arrest at all. She was attempting to evade. She was attempting to walk away, but she had every right to do that. So really this turns on the third Graham factor, whether or not there was some immediate safety threat to the police officer, somebody else, that justified violence being used in response. So here, the violence that was used to get this woman under control. Even before we get to whether or not that was excessive the way he did it, that was the purpose in what he was doing, was to get her under control, get her in handcuffs. Didn't look to me like she was attacking this police officer. She was just trying to get away. She wasn't known to have any weapons. She didn't say she had any weapons. There doesn't appear to be any big safety threat here. While she is fairly aggressive, she's just trying to get away from him. She is resisting, but again, it's not clear whether she has every right to resist and walk away due to the lack of reasonable suspicion. So even if this was a good detainment and he was allowed to put her in handcuffs here, he, in my opinion, acted excessively. And
Is this vegan? Don't tell her. Is this vegan? 824 to 828.
Welcome to another video.
Let me see.
Sorry if my shirt is, there's my taco meat. Sorry if my shirt's all, I forgot what I was gonna say, all, jagged or something.
Pretty sure it's vegan taco meat. So yes, I'd say that's all vegan. Thanks for the donation. Is this vegan?
The injuries that she received, the broken jaw corroborates that. You can't quite see the punch on the video, but you can kind of see it. You see him like jerking, and you see her body jolt backwards and kind of hit the ground. And immediately she says, "You hit me, you hit me." And here, she's doing what the cops usually do to my clients. She's being a good witness for herself. She's saying, "You hit me." And he's not saying, "I did not hit you." He's not denying it. So that's actually some great evidence that she preserved herself, and it was saved on this body cam footage. So pretty clear cut to me, case of excessive force. And the fact that Internal Affairs called it excessive force, you know it was excessive. So hopefully she prevails on her lawsuit. It's too bad this police officer wasn't fired. He violated a individual's constitutional rights. He broke the jaw of a 64-year-old woman. Yet I believe he was only basically just got a slap on the wrist. So if you want to help this situation, spread this footage. Spread this footage and educate.
That is fucking retarded, dude.
Two violent stabbings in 2 days. It appears both were innocent victims. The similarities chilling. The killer still out there. IHIT now revealing what started out as an attack ended.
Uh-oh, Canada's gonna have to ban assault knives.
In a foot chase here Tuesday night. Was the suspect chasing him?
I don't have that information right now. We're trying to...
Kulvinder Singh Sohi only made it roughly 75 meters before he collapsed near the railroad track. The 26-year-old died after he was stabbed in the back and chest, according to family.
Weapon in his hand. It's like silver.
2 days earlier, Sunday night, Jatinder Singh was sliced ear to ear. The 28-year-old survived. Both victims were sitting on a seaside bench along the popular pier in White Rock. Both attacked from behind around the same time of night, roughly 9 p.m. Both stabbed. Both South Asian men. Do you believe that that could be the case here, that this suspect is targeting South Asian men?
What I can say is we're working with the White Rock RCMP, who are investigating the first stabbing, which you referred to collect the information from there and compare it to our current investigation, our homicide investigation, to see if there are any links.
The suspect description similar in both attacks, say police. A black man, 5'11", wearing a gray hoodie and hat. We know police have collected a ton of surveillance video, but none of it is being released. This community is terrified. What can you tell us about what police think they're dealing with as far as this individual is concerned?
We're talking about two different situations that occurred here, and to draw a link between them, there's obviously similarities between them, but we can't confirm at this time that it is the same person that was responsible for both situations.
Do you believe that police right now have someone on video who is potentially a suspect or potentially a person of interest, and you are aware of that individual on tape?
Because we have substantial video from the area, so for me to rule out that we don't have the person, I wouldn't be able to say that.
Why not release that tape then? Speaking to your point about needing witnesses at this point, that's critical for this investigation. Why not release what tape you have?
Well, I think we have 4 better cameras here right now, and that's what we're going to use to show the people this parking lot.
Fear and frustration. Residents and...
Yep. Ban handguns, don't let anybody carry weapons, but let criminals stab and murder people.
Business owners feeling like there was no police urgency until someone died. What are police doing that is going to give this community some peace of mind that we're not going to end up here again for a third stabbing?
Well, you know, I'd have to direct that question to the White Rock RCMP. I don't want to speak for exactly what's happening, what decisions they're making. But what I can say, I've been here for an hour and a half leading up to this press conference.
Let's see, any new... There's one. Mike the Vegan had a interesting video that he posted. Why the fuck?
Only one of the...
Really?
26 minutes.
Hey, it's Mike here, and today the fascinating world and rising trend of no longer carnivore videos.
Today, I'm quitting the carnivore diet.
Why? I am no longer carnivore.
I've been following the carnivore diet for a length of time, and I just can't do it anymore for several reasons.
My body must have been missing something that I wasn't getting because this broccoli...
I hate this girl. She is just AIDS. I offered to debate her, and then she bitched out of the debate because she's a fucking lying cunt.
I'm telling you, it was more delicious than bacon.
We are going to go over the reasons I became very sick after nearly 8 years of following a carnivore diet.
And then in the last year leading up to the stroke, I had gone to the very high saturated fat carnivore diet.
Went from roughly less than 10 grams of carbs a day, whatever's in the glycogen of the dead animal, and then to 275.
And it just started turning into like a carnivore cult.
Carnivore diet is like a cult.
But clearly, I was vitamin C deficient.
And my testosterone, it took a nosedive.
Bad muscle cramps, heart palpitations, sleep disturbances, my testosterone's kind of going down.
And then my gym performance went, and
I don't know why anybody's surprised that they have these symptoms, because low-carb diets dehydrate you, and they disrupt your electrolyte balance. So no shit, you're going to have problems with muscle cramping, heart palpitations, irregular heartbeat, shit like that. I don't know why they're surprised. Does Ask Yourself ever do IRL activism? As far as I'm aware, no. Him and I tried to. We were going to do Change Your Mind booths at the University of Guelph campus. But the Vegetarian Association at the Guelph University campus contacted the dean of the university and told him that we're like racist bigots or something, and then they didn't let us do that on campus. So blame the Guelph University Vegetarian Society for not letting us do IRL debates. Grand Dam Donatillers, don't you want to give it vegan dog food? Funny how they nor their animals can't ever thrive eating only meat. Wonder why. Let me see.
So I'm out here in the backyard with Sasha. Max was way over there. And, you know, we went out of town recently and we put our dogs in the care of a dog sitter. And we looked at it and we said, man, our dogs look really fat for some reason. And I just got done weighing Sasha. And she weighs right now about 60 pounds. She is a 12-year-old English Golden Retriever. This is the most she's ever weighed in her entire life. Maximus, who's way over there, was about 20. And, you know, she normally weighs about 50. That's her typical weight, like 48 to 50 pounds, maybe 52 at the most. And she came back and she put on probably, no kidding, in about 10 days, 10 pounds. And
10 pounds in a week.
She's got significantly more, you know, girth around her belly. Usually she's pretty lean through this part
the
here.
Fuck?
Isn't that right, girl? And, you know, my suspicion is because she was being housed with her food, which I dropped off, which is all her typical straight up meat. I suspect she got into a bunch of kibble and just gorged it all down. And now she's fat. Poor girl. So she's going to go on a little bit of a exercise and a little bit of a...
This whole story doesn't make any fucking sense to me. The idea that a dog can gain 10 pounds in 1 week just from overeating on kibble, that's weird. That sounds like a medical problem, not just overeating.
Reduction in calories for you know, a week or two till we get her back into her fighting weight. You know, it shows you how rapidly the wrong food can damage not only our pets but ourselves. You know, if you can gain, you know, you think about it, going from 50 to 60 pounds in just over a week. I mean, that's 20% of your body weight. In, you know, in gaining that much.
Yeah, that
is
makes
enough to
no
cause
fucking
some
sense.
serious problems. And so, Miss
That sounds like
here,
his dog might have cancer or something.
we're calling her Gordita right now. So anyway.
Or like some
she
sort of
is,
liver problem.
Going to go for a little exercise. So don't hurt your dogs by feeding them kibble. Get them on meat That's the best thing for them. Dogs are.
There is no evidence whatsoever that a raw meat diet for dogs is beneficial for them. None whatsoever.
Effectively, bred down wolves, and that's what she. So Sasha, let's go, Gordita. You got to get going. There you go. There you go. There you go. She's still got some springs on her for 12. Let's go check on Mr. Maximus here. So he's out sniffing around, and I got to tell you guys, I'm good at a few things, but I suck at grooming dogs, and I had my attempt at grooming Mr. Maximus when he got back because he was all knotted up, and I ended up having to shave him pretty short, and I ended up unfortunately cutting out some deep knots, and so he's got a few little, you can see that, he's got a few little gouges out of him right there. So anyway, that's the little latest dog issue. Again, like I said, sometimes feeding those dogs the wrong thing.
Sean Baker is an absolute fucking moron. I would think that dog has some sort of medical problem. If one of my dogs just randomly gained 10 pounds in a fucking week, I'd send them to the vet. Like, that's not normal. He should probably get their, liver enzymes checked or their kidneys checked or something. Yeah, a 20% increase in body weight in only 1 week. That just doesn't happen.
And my bowel movements changed, not for the better.
I know that I raved about the carnivore diet a few months ago and changed my mind, and I admit I was wrong.
I have now gone to a whole foods plant-based eating plan.
Immediately I was just more full, so I wasn't as stringy, and I noticed my joints weren't as terrible.
And when I told my carnivore diet friends this, they would get all defensive.
So we're gonna look at all of those videos, which is really just the tip of the iceberg of ex-carnivore.
Yeah, I was just more.
What's his name again? Tristan Lee. What's Tristan Lee been up to? Well, this is an improvement.
Without a massive belly blocking all the light.
What do you have to say about it?
They're close to 175 now that I'm climbing back up. I didn't eat this morning because I was like, let's film this video, and those guys always get up way later than I do. So normally I eat my first meal around 4 or 5 a.m. Congratulations, Tristan.
You go. A little bit more to the right.
For 4'1", that's pretty good. That's an ancient Chinese transcript right there. Last time we were here, Ty's like, I love impale yourself and you. Yeah, that's a build I'm trying to.
And he can't hold a barbell properly. Suicide grip is so fucking stupid.
Balls in his face all the time.
You got testosterone coming from everywhere. Testosterone coming in everywhere.
Are you man-spreading right now?
My workout just because I want the carbs to actually get into my system faster. Fiber obviously slows that down the same way that fat does. So leaner meal, less fiber around my workout, and then later on in the day I'll have more fiber and filming myself eat. So Brayden will get me taking one bite. You know the rules. Just throw it on the plate. Meal number 3, which is my afternoon meal. My meals are more condensed today just because I eat my first meal so much later because these guys wake up at so late. How can you wake up at 7 a.m. so late? It's ridiculous. Because I had higher glycemic carbs, it's only been, it's an hour and a half between my last meal and this meal, so I'm able to eat.
I commented on Reasonable Vegan's video, and as far as I know, he hasn't messaged me back yet. Let me see if it's in my spam. Don't see it in my spam, and he didn't message me on Instagram, so.
More frequently, so that's a little trick. If you're trying to get more food down on the bulk, then try having higher glycemic foods, especially around your workout. The nutrient partitioning is super high, so you do want to actually shuttle the carbohydrates into the muscle, and then you can actually eat more meals more frequently because you're just going to be hungrier faster. So exact opposite is when you're dieting, essentially. Sweet potatoes are a more nutrient-dense carb, so if you're dieting and you're more concerned about getting actual like nutrients in from the foods, I wouldn't suggest having rice as frequently because it's essentially just sugars, just carbs. But if you are trying to have some of the vitamins and micronutrients, sweet potato is a good option. It also does have a little bit more fiber, so it'll slow down the digestion of the carbohydrates itself if you're trying to maintain more level blood sugar levels throughout your day. So if you work, just throw it on the plate. Meal number
Well, at least he's having significantly less meat.
3, liver, salmon.
Liver. What a fucking moron.
3 things of sweet potato.
I don't know what you guys want me to say.
I don't know what you want me to say. I eat this. Get omega profile.
Yeah, so salmon's better for you than red meat. That's all I can say.
Very tasty, very delicious, super convenient. Both of these are super convenient.
Can you show stats on it?
Yeah, so this salmon's higher fat. It's 5.
Yeah, it seems like he's still eating quite a bit of red meat. That's really fucking dumb. I can understand having taste preferences for certain foods, but like the amount of red meat this guy eats is just kind of fucking nuts. Like every day.
One that's closer to my workouts, I'll have a 93.7, which is a lot leaner in general. We've got Lundberg rice. This is my primary.
Yeah, what a jackass. Tristan Lee is just a selfish fucking jackass. It's the only reason anybody eats meat. It's just because they're a selfish fucking cunt.
Just the tip of the iceberg of ex-carnivore videos, and there's a lot of people that probably should quit, like this dude who had a heart attack and double bypass on his carnivore diet, but he's just gonna keep on trucking. I've seen these videos around, but the one that really sparked this video response was a recent one by Lily Kane, a YouTuber who's no longer carnivore video, is approaching 250,000 views, even though it's really
Her face annoys me. I don't think I can watch that video. She's just too annoying.
recent, and this one was a bit different for a few reasons. First of all, it was maybe the first time I've seen the comment section just like almost entirely support her and not just be like, you did it wrong, like you're stupid. And also that she had some great commentary on the actual carnivore movement itself. And I think
Dante donated $3. Let me see. Oh, another one. Well, I guess this is just gonna keep happening, and he's gonna keep forcing his girlfriend to degrade herself on camera. Because he's a narcissist, and he can't handle that his girlfriend cheated on him or whatever.
Sex, pornography, what is normal? What experiences do you have that shape what you view as normal? And what experiences do you have that make you feel like you have permission to do one thing or another sexually? When I was 17, I met a...
Do I ever kill carnivorous animals? The only carnivorous animals that I ever kill are spiders. Haven't, like, killed any wolves or anything like that.
Guy at my job. I was working at a pizza shop. He was 21, and he was a manager there. And my last day of work, he gave me his phone number, and we started having text conversations. And that was my first boyfriend. Prior to that, I had had some online interactions with people from my high school, and I had basically no experience having like an in-person relationship. So I unfortunately grew up from a very young age seeing media and having this kind of interaction with people where, you know, you have text messages, and then once I was about 18, it was relatively normal to send photos via cell phone. So me and my ex-boyfriend, when we were not in the room together, when we weren't able to have sex together, we would send naked pictures to each other and masturbate. And obviously the text messages that accompanied that were sexual in nature. So I think people commonly refer to this as sexting. So I had experience with sexting from a pretty young age, and that's what I thought was normal. I thought that was...
That is normal.
Great news, VG, you're gonna love this.
Let me see, Dodo.
Better late than never. Net neutrality has been restored. On Thursday, the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, voted to reinstate net neutrality rules, so broadband internet...
Dude, I remember when this was a new story. Ajit Pai is one of the most fucking corrupt scumbags ever. Like, why was it ever repealed?
Providers cannot slow down or throttle internet speeds based on how much you pay. stopping their ability to favor any sites or apps over any others as well. The move effectively reinstates a net neutrality order the commission first issued in 2015 during the Obama administration. In 2017, under then President Donald Trump, the FCC repealed those rules. The measure passed this Thursday on a 3-2 vote split along party lines, with Democratic commissioners in favor and Republicans opposed. Net neutrality.
There is literally no reason to oppose net neutrality unless you're like a corrupt corporate scumbag.
Effectively requires providers of internet service to treat all traffic equally, eliminating any incentive they might face to favor business partners or to hobble competitors. The public interest group published from internet providers were kept in check by state-level oversight. States like California went even further than the FCC did, for instance, by banning a practice called zero rating. That's where, for instance, a mobile provider might strike a business deal to steer users toward a particular streaming service by zeroing out any related data charges. Other states with strong net neutrality rules include Colorado, Maine, Oregon, Vermont, and Washington, according to Berg Utility.
Well, that's good to hear. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, dude, sexting is super fucking normal. Like, Eisel's basically a boomer. He's like, what, 45 or 50 or some shit? Yeah, every kid has a fucking cell phone now, and when they get into relationships, they just start fucking doing this. It's totally normal.
You know, part of a normal sexual relationship for adults. And, also, me and my ex-boyfriend, we recorded hardcore pornography. Oh my gosh. Can I start over?
Slip. It's good. It's a great take.
Yeah. So, yeah, just setting up his laptop, filming each other having sex in bed. Vaginal sex.
Right.
And also, with his phone, he would record me sucking his dick. And
you did watch this stuff and masturbate to it.
Yeah.
Sorry, filming is one thing, but a huge part of your life as a teenager was masturbating, watching porn.
Yeah.
But that surprised me because you lied to me about it for 7 years. Like 99% of people that's true of. But me, you lied to. Go on.
Yeah, and I think even in recent videos, I misled the audience by saying that, oh, I don't watch porn, and oh, I don't have much experience with masturbation.
Right, you said you could barely have one orgasm.
Barely have one orgasm, yeah.
What from porn, right? Yeah.
I have cringed thinking about that because I was lying. I have not been honest. Yes, from very early childhood, I was masturbating. I had a television in my room, a television set, and MTV music videos used to be quite erotic for me, even from a very young age.
True that.
So yeah, I would say going back to age 9, age 10. And then, you know, I was living in the age of the internet. I was born in 1992. So by the time I was a teenager, I could go on the internet, and I used to watch porn on Tumblr. You know, it was a lot of images and also GIFs, you know, like moving images, but no sound.
So this is the thing. I want to just jump between what was normal for you as a teenager in your university years and what was normal for you in our relationship in the last 7 years. Because you presented yourself to me in such a punitive, sex-negative way. You made it clear you are the one woman in the world who does not accept pornography at all. You hate all other women who appear in pornography, including one friend of mine. I had a female friend. She'd been a model. She'd been in porn. She'd done that kind of stuff. We were only friends. You hated her. You hated all women who would ever do anything like that. You were superior to them, and you were superior to me. You were like hating on. There was a lot of negativity towards me. So this is the contradiction. This is the paradox for me.
Again, Eisel's claiming, oh, I don't force her to make any of these videos, and then here he is dictating the entire conversation, forcing her to come on camera and talk about this shit when she clearly doesn't want to.
You could have been honest and open about this, but instead you lied to me. You were really cruel to me about this. And the men you were honest with.
And again, it's all about him. Oh, you lied to me. You have to make up for this by embarrassing yourself on camera to thousands of people.
And you were cheating on me with. The men you cheated on me with, men, and you said to them openly, look.
If you play Fallout 4, run the skip intro mod. Yeah, I might do that. It is so bad, dude. I don't even know if this will work anymore because they just made a massive update to Fallout, and apparently a lot of the mods just don't work anymore. Fuck, and you have to download a mod manager for it.
Who is this Abbasla Seal guy? How do we know this isn't some trolling to get attention? He thinks himself as an intellectual. Terry's also weird symbolism in the sects in some of the videos.
He's a weird, attention-seeking jackass. That's really the only way I can describe it. I think he has some form of antisocial personality disorder, namely narcissism. And, yeah, he's... If you watch through his channel, literally every video is about how amazing he is, how good at sex he is, how big his penis is, or communism. That's every fucking video, dude. He's just got problems. Thanks for the donation, what the fuck.
Look, I'm this kind of girl. This is what turns me on. This is what I want to do. And you spent hours and hours masturbating, looking at videos they sent you, these other men that you're cheating on with. There are other videos. It was really cheating. And during those same years, you were lying to me as if you had never masturbated watching porn once. This was totally alien to you. Like, you were totally unfamiliar. Oh, I've literally heard you say, oh, I've like barely ever seen a pornography. Oh, I'm so unfamiliar. And you claimed that you didn't know how to masturbate. You couldn't have an orgasm masturbating. You could barely, like, you presented me with a complex web of lies.
Okay,
for 7 years.
but the thing is,
right.
I agree, and you're right. You're right.
And you put a lot of time and energy into that. It wasn't like one thing you said once. It's something you said to me again and again and again. Go on.
But there is a minor caveat here
right.
about actually the physical experience of masturbation for me. You know, how you stimulate yourself. So when I was young, I didn't just use my fingers on my clitoris.
Right.
You know, there was, I didn't know how to masturbate, and I used like my forearm between my legs, and yeah, so, you know, just the pressure on the clitoris, like from that surface, you know what I mean?
That is super weird.
So it is the case that I have not been good at like the manual stimulation with my fingers.
Okay,
and,
fair enough.
Yeah, and so that did change at a certain point, and I can't say that it was the start of our relationship. I can't say it was in my relationship with my ex-boyfriend. Yeah,
we have one friend.
But I will just say it too. I have never owned a dildo. I've never put anything into my vagina this way. I didn't. It's not. An excuse.
I don't
like,
know why any of that's
there's no excuse
important.
for lying about this. It's bad. It's wrong. I should have been honest. So
no, I'm the only guy you lied to. You were honest with your first boyfriend, the guy you were with before me, and you were honest with the men you cheated on me with. You said to these other men, "This is what I want. This is what turns me on. This is what's sexy to me." Right? And you did it. You spent many hours. I've looked at the timestamps. There were days where you spent 5 hours a day. Like, this is the thing. It's partly cheating. We're talking about.
It's all day.
I've got to finish with this. It is partly pornography addiction.
Yeah.
It's partly.
Dude, imagine being that much of a fucking coomer. You're masturbating 4 hours a fucking day. Holy shit. Like, what's funny too is this is another big cell phone. So Isel's like saying he's amazing at sex. She has like 100 orgasms a day because his penis is so massive and amazing. And then like, if that's the case, why the fuck is she like masturbating in a fucking corner without you for 5 hours if the sex you're having is just so incredible and amazing? Like, he's clearly full of shit, and this is all just a fucking cope.
Like internet addiction, pornography addiction, right?
Yeah.
You were spending like 5 hours a day, sometimes more, filming yourself and masturbating, watching this guy in his videos with you, like watching him masturbating, watching the videos of you, hours and hours and hours a day, week after week, month after month. It's not just cheating. It's also a kind of pornography addiction, which to me is the most shocking thing, because you presented me with this totally fictional character who's never masturbated, who has never watched porn, who intensely hates any woman who would ever do that, and so on.
Yes, that must be so shocking, and this has been a week of shocking revelation after shocking revelation for Isel. Really, it's 7 years of him realizing what a bad person I am and how much he regrets having spent any time with me. I am so sorry. I have been lying. I
didn't choose that character. I never said to you, I want you to pretend to be a librarian who has never watched pornography, who has never masturbated. You could have come into this relationship saying to me, Zell, I'm going to make your wildest fantasies come true. Zell, I'm confident with my own sexuality. Zell, I know what it's like to do hardcore porn. I know what it's like to do softcore porn, to share photos. I can do this for you. When I'm not in town with you, I can send you this video of my ass or whatever it should be. And Zell, I'm cool with doing 2 ways and 3 ways and 4 ways and whatever. You know, like, you invented this character in your mind, which is completely fake. You invented this character, this incredibly punitive, sex-negative person that you pretended to be, and you only pretended to be her for me.
Why would he think that? I don't know why he jumped to the assumption that she lied about this for his benefit.
I hear you, and I can...
Like, by the way, this is the guy who also says he openly wants a polyamorous relationship and shit, too. Like, that just doesn't make sense.
Only imagine what it would be like to be in a relationship with somebody who is puritanical this way, who is trying to make you feel bad for your sexuality.
You would make
I
me
am
feel
so
bad.
sorry.
You would make me feel bad for looking at another woman. You would make me feel bad for talking to another woman. You would make me feel bad for walking past another woman. You would make me feel bad for just like knowing what pornography is and that it exists. It's not a significant part of my life. I really don't. Whatever. Do I watch pornography for 5 minutes a week? Pornography I spend less time on than Pac-Man. Like, it's just not a big deal to me. But all of that I had to be punished for, humiliated for. You had to inflict like trauma. You had to fucking traumatize me again and again for my sexuality. Even if it's just that we walk past a woman on the street, I don't talk to her. I don't even look at her.
Again, Eisel fucking brags about all these beautiful women throwing themselves at him. He's so amazing at sex. Women can't get enough of him. So why is he putting up with this fucking bitch who's like harassing him like this? It just doesn't add up.
The fact that a beautiful woman existed, you were that negative. And again, you hated people. You hated other women for doing the same thing you'd done that was normal for you since you were a teenager.
Yeah, yes, there are no excuses. I am realizing my whole life is a lie, and I am so sorry that I have lied to Eisel about this. I'm so sorry I've lied to myself and others. It is the truth. I grew up Christian. I went to church every Sunday. Okay, I grew up with ideas of what it meant, what sexual purity meant, that I should be a virgin until marriage, and I also grew up with other influences. I wasn't in such a strict Christian household that I didn't. I mentioned MTV music videos. You know, my parents probably should have been concerned, and I do remember late at night if you turn on the television.
Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, all that stuff, right?
Late night, I remember on television there was an advertisement for VHS tapes of Girls Gone Wild, which the women are pulling up their shirts and showing their breasts. So yeah, that.
Dude, Girls Gone Wild fucking sucks. That is the lamest, most boring fucking porn fucking ever. I remember there were those Girls Gone Wild commercials. I remember torrenting one of them, and I'm like, they basically spend 15 minutes trying to convince a girl to take her top off, and then they do it, and then that's it. And then next scene, and then they spend 10 or 15 minutes convincing a girl to like kiss another girl, and then they give them a peck, and then that's it. Like, it is so boring and shit.
That was very erotic, and I masturbated from a young age to that, and my parents should have been concerned about that. They should have taught me about sexuality this way. But why I'm saying I wasn't sexually confident is because I was not sexually confident. I wasn't confident in this at all. And, you know, the particular... I have to say this. I had very little conversation with people about sexuality. I had no older, like, cousins that talked to me about sex, like, their sexual experiences, and very few experiences in which, like, girls would talk to me about sex, and yeah, so this is part of it. And when I actually lost my virginity to my first boyfriend, I was 18 years old, and I didn't even tell him I was a virgin. You know, he was very surprised, because the first time we had sex, there was a ton of blood. You know, I'd broken my hymen. You know, like, that, his penis broke my hymen, okay? And I was just like stupid. You know, ignorance does not make you a better person. Of course I should have been prepared for this. Of course I should have done.
I'm fucking 30 now. I'm insanely tired. Wake up. I'm sore and tired. I'm very musty. I get out of the shower and I stink. Give me advice on being 30. What should I do? Gigglyardo is my gigger. Arrah. Arrah, 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 arrah.
777,777,777/. Okay, first thing you should probably do is get better soap. Maybe if you're feeling very physically tired and sore all the time, you should start paying better attention to your diet, make sure you're not deficient in anything, eat clean whole foods, and exercise more, and see where that takes you. If you're a man and you're having persistent muscle soreness, and very low energy, you might also want to get your testosterone levels checked because they might be low. And then you'd want to consider going on TRT. But thanks for the donation, Aaron. Hope that helps. Appreciate the donation, man.
More reading on this, and I should have, you know, I had access to the internet. I could have read people's experience losing their virginity. I could have read about, like, normal consent rules, and, like, just, you know, I should have been doing so much more to be going through, like, a sexual maturity in a healthy, normal way. But I didn't. I was in this, like, household in which, like, my own mother was quite how can I say it? She was not somebody who was very confident in herself and her how she looked. She didn't feel like she was a sexy person. She didn't feel she was beautiful. She had her own experience in high school, in which she was ugly and, you know, dorky and had acne, had braces, you know, like, and I went through the same thing, you know.
Okay. Okay. No, I want to call bullshit. There's a difference between what's real and what's fake. There's a difference between the mask and the face. Okay. And here's the truth. I've seen the text messages of her cheating on me with these guys. I've seen the videos, seen the photos. You are going up to these guys and you are being 100% self-confident. And you're saying, hey, I'm a crazy slut. This is what I want to do. I'm going to send you porn videos. You're going to send porn videos. You're going to film your cock. I'm going to film my pussy. And this is what you want. You spent hours and hours masturbating to this. Okay? That's how you acted with them.
Yes.
And the irony is, just like the first week you talked to me or something, like the very beginning, that's how you were with me. And then you switched into this other persona. Like, I don't want to get the details, but at the very beginning, you did send me nude images of yourself. I think you figured out, look, for whatever reason, you switched into imitating your mother as a different character.
Isol's response to my naked images left me feeling rejected, left me feeling that he didn't actually think I was beautiful.
Right, but it's not that, it's that I didn't want you to send me naked images. That, like, a lot of women respond that way to a dick pic also. It's like, look, it's not that I'm rejecting you, but now I know you're the kind of guy who would send me a dick pic, so I don't want you. Right.
You did say positive things about my pussy, you know, you did say that I have...
But you figured...
What? This... Isla is such an idiot. Okay, so she was sending him naked photos of herself, and then after he started sending her naked photos of himself, she lost interest because she found out, oh, you're the guy who would send a dick pic. But then with 2 or 3 other dudes, she's fucking doing this for like 5 hours a day. That makes no fucking sense. Like, clearly she's not interested in you.
Figured it out. Yes. You figured out that this is not... Right, for me, this is not normal. For you, this is normal, and something you actually desire and enjoy, right?
Well, now that I actually talk it through, and now that you've shown me all those text messages, I didn't go back and read them. I saved them. Now that I've looked at the videos, I am just, like, really disgusted by it. And I wouldn't want to do it again. I don't want to do it again. I have talked with you for many hours about flattery. I've talked to you for many hours about actually, like, living with the reality of human sexuality and human desire. And I don't want to engage in this kind of behavior again. I don't want to send naked photos to people. I don't want people to only be interested, or primarily interested, because they want to tell me that I'm beautiful. I think it's destructive for me. It's been an addiction for me. It's been very, very hurtful to Isol. It's ruined his life.
I just want to stop on the word addiction for one moment, for the benefit of the audience. But if positions were reversed, if your boyfriend were waking up in the morning earlier than you to sneak away to the bathroom at 8 a.m. and film himself masturbating and send it to another woman he's cheating on you with, it's not open, it's not polyamorous, it's not honest. If your boyfriend is waking up early in the morning, not having sex with you, but masturbating to film it to someone else, if your boyfriend is some days staying up till 11:30 p.m. or midnight to do the same thing, to do this kind of pornography with this other person he's cheating on you with, right? And sometimes in the middle of the day, audience, here's the plot twist. That's what Melissa was doing for like 2 years. For 2 years. Okay, is that an addiction?
I don't know. I don't know.
You found it hard to quit. I know that.
I found it hard to quit. Yeah, that literally in the last 24 hours, this is what we've been talking about, and I have been concerned about compulsive behavior in my life. I have been concerned about addictive behavior. Before I met Isol, I used marijuana. I drank alcohol. I took an antidepressant. So I did not learn how to cope well with life, and what coping mechanism you use to cope with life. Yeah, I have used drugs. I have used alcohol. I have used sex in this way, and it's bad. It's bad.
I have another hypothetical for you. Do you want to go?
Yeah. I want to say something else too, and I hope it's relevant to this.
Do it.
Okay, so you've talked about how this is a persona that I put on, and you know, this difficulty with you accepting that, like, when we first got together, I sent you nude images. I got the impression that you found me beautiful, but when we actually were together, when the topic of pornography came up, when the topic of
sex of any kind,
sex of any kind came up, I had this kind of puritanical and sex negative approach,
and cruel and humiliating me and shaming me and so on.
Yes, it's fucked up, but I'm trying to talk it through. I'm trying to just talk about it, how this is so awful for Isol to live with. That the reality is, okay, and I think this is partly, I've talked about this recently with Isol in a totally different context in which I was a jerk to him. We were on a subway, and I was talking about this distinction between being a good girl and a bad girl, and how people perceive you. Are you a good girl or are you a bad girl?
Right.
Okay, so I grew up Christian. I'm sorry, let me say this. I grew up Christian. I played the violin. I was dorky in a lot of ways. I'm just being honest with you. I didn't do cheerleading. I didn't do dancing. There are different things that like are associated with being a sexy person. Okay. And I didn't do those things. I did things that were associated with being dorky. Okay. And at the same time, even when I was a teenager, like I was doing bad things, like
Porn.
bad girl things.
You were taking naked pictures of.
Okay,
Just,
but even before that, like I'm talking about,
sure,
like,
sure, sure,
yeah, I'm talking about adolescence and in my teenage years.
Sure.
No, the way that I went about things, like I did have, when I was 14, there was a guy who was 18.
Oh, that's
and
right.
We had this relationship
weird love affair.
through MySpace. So like he had been sending messages to me over MySpace, and we had phone calls.
You're right.
We
That's
had phone
probably
calls.
the beginning of this addiction.
Yeah, we had phone calls in which he, you know, said I'm so beautiful. Oh, he says things like, I was in the car with my friends and we were listening to this ambient music, and I thought of you and your angelic face, and
So that was you from 14 to 15 approximately.
What's up, man?
Thanks for the big donation, David Chubby. Really appreciate that. Not much is up. I don't know if you heard the story, but I did magic mushrooms a few days ago, and yeah, feel a little better after doing that. I definitely needed a sort of perspective change that the mushrooms gave me. So I've been feeling pretty good for the last few days because of that. The weather is warming up, so I'm going to start biking and rollerblading and shit again. So things are going pretty good. But thanks for the donation, man.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So
I've just been reading the text, but that, you still have that behavior. Like not with me, not with people. When you cheat on me, that's you're reverting to your 14-year-old fucked up self. To be blunt.
yeah. I live with this dichotomy where I know what the persona was that would make my parents proud of me, that would make the world think that I was a good person, a normal person, a healthy person, and then what I did behind everybody's back.
Okay, this doesn't make any sense. She's fucking lying again, and Isel's coping because I guess he's questioning his masculinity or something because of this, because she's interested in other dudes. Like, she was sexting with Isel, sending him nudes and shit, so she was being upfront about all of this with Isel, and then suddenly lost interest, didn't want to do it with him anymore, and then found some other dudes to start sexting and stuff. Like, to me, that just screams she's just not all that attracted to Isel. She'd rather have, like, sexual relationships with other men. I don't know why he can't just accept that, and then he's... it seems like he's trying to lead her into thinking, it's because I had a problem when I was 14 and I was this nerdy girl and I had to put on a persona. Like, okay, well, funny how you weren't doing that when you first met him.
And what I was doing in my secret private life.
Right.
I started this from a young age, and that guy, whenever he saw me, we went to the same high school. He pretended he didn't even see me, you know. And
probably because he didn't want to go to jail. Just say if you were 14, he could go to jail for that. But go on, yeah.
Yeah, and I was in choir, and my choir at the end of the year there was like end of the year concerts, and
dude, choir, like all the kids who joined choir were fucking weenie assholes. Even the girls, like anybody who joins choir at school is just a fucking bitch. Choir is the stupidest fucking shit. Like, I can understand if you're interested in singing, but singing, like, bullshit in a group in a choir, like, you're a fucking loser.
What the fuck is this video? // backslash slash 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 inverted question mark 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 u ara u ara slash backslash 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 when Giga is streaming. Are you gaming tonight? I'm very tired. Have a good night, vegan gains. I need some money. Slash backslash slash backslash slash u ara u ara.
Not sure if I'm going to be gaming tonight. Probably will be. I might put in some time into Fallout 4. I might. I've been hearing some bad things after the update, that the game just isn't running properly and shit, and there's a ton of like bugs and shit, so we'll see, but probably will. Thanks for the donation, Aaron.
Sorry, this I think is relevant. I hope so. There's an end of the year concert, and anybody who comes to the end of the year concert who like used to be in the choir can join in on this last song, right? So he was waiting around in the crowd. I saw him, and then after the show, you know, he like during much of that he acted like he didn't see me, but then like I came up to him, and he was just a total jerk to me, and he like the way that he spoke to me was thinking that I had gone and found another boyfriend or something. He assumed I was some whore or something. I don't know. It was just a really weird interaction, and yeah,
And that was in effect your first sexual experience.
Yeah,
was being sexually exploited by a man who is technically a pedophile. Just like he's 18 or 14, but legally speaking, right? He's committing a sex crime, cajoling you into this kind of online, primarily text-based and voice clip-based romance, mostly based on flattery, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And you're still fucked up about it. It's still outside of this relationship. You have so many orgasms in this relationship, you have so much sex in the relationship, and it's an open relationship, so you can have other sexual partners. We can do 3 ways and 4 ways. You can have sex with other men if you play by the rules, but you wanted to break the rules to still experience this form of teenage sexuality that was at one time normal for you. And you were addicted to it.
Yeah.
8:30 a.m., midnight. I'm sorry, I've got to say this. There were days where you had like a traumatic phone call from your family. We won't specify. You had a phone call where you're weeping and I'm consoling you. Like, it's like the worst news you could get over the phone. You have this long, terrible phone call with your relatives about a family tragedy. And you were masturbating with this guy. You were filming your own pussy, and he's filming his dick. You were filming it immediately before and planning to do it immediately afterward. I'm holding you. I'm consoling. I'm your boyfriend. I don't know this is happening. You're cheating on me. Like you're sneaking away to the bathroom with someone or something, right? Like that sounds like addiction. Like if you're sneaking away to smoke a cigarette before and after this family tragedy phone call, like it's that real.
Yeah, you're right.
So look, my perspective.
I'm so sorry. I wish Israel had been with somebody who was a lot better, a lot more psychologically normal.
But the irony is, it didn't have to be this way. You could have been honest with me. You could have shown me your real face and not your mask. There was a time when I was bedridden ill in the same bed the audience sees here, and I was only sleeping 2 hours a night. I was so sick. I was so unhappy. You could have sent me videotape of yourself naked, the same way you did. I've seen the videotapes now. I've seen exactly the videotapes. You could have sent that to me and say, hey, I want you to know I love you. You're special to me. For the moment, it's a long-distance relationship. And for a couple of months, you're out of town. And you could have even said, I want you to masturbate watching this video, not random pornography on the internet. Here's why. I would have been 100% appreciative, 100% positive. You could have had the attitude towards me from the beginning of the relationship. You are this kind of freaky chick who has experienced filming herself doing hardcore porn. So you've never done for me. You never do any of the stuff for me or with me that you did for and with the...
It's because she doesn't want to, fucking dickhead. Holy fuck. Like, let her break up with you.
The other guys you were cheating on me with, and that you did for with, the one boyfriend you had before me. You only had one before me, right? Never. With me, you were this punitive, frankly narcissistic, frankly, cruel, like fake prude. You're pretending to be someone. And I'm just saying, like, the question over to you. Which one is the mask, which one is the face? But I feel that I know. I feel that I know what's real and what's fake.
Huh. I'm sorry, this is... I'm at a loss for words.
Oh, my God. This guy cannot handle that his girlfriend was interested in other dudes. That's the long and short of it. Why is he making her fucking humiliate herself online like this? Like, holy fuck, dude. That is crazy.
Compared to ex-vegan videos, these hold particularly a lot of weight because this movement is founded on anecdotes. Even the closest thing they have to a study is just a bunch of self-reported anecdotes. And then we have a vegan diet, which, just quick refresher, across the board shows lower disease rates, whether it's cancer or diabetes, etc. This video, we're just gonna go ahead and observe this trend like a floating piece of driftwood that also cites studies. Let's go. So after looking at a bunch of these videos, why are people quitting? Well, there generally is a health reason. There's also some social reasons, and again, criticisms of the movement itself. And in terms of health, I wanna say this isn't a video meant to go through all of the health issues on a carnivore diet. I cover that quite a bit in other videos, and if you just want to see that, you can of course go to an Instagram like Carnivore Cringe and see all of the months of yo-yoing between explosive diarrhea and hardcore constipation, or other ones that the term TMI doesn't do justice for. Probably will cover some health stuff, but that new thing really here is the criticism of the movement in its entirety, and that brings me to Lily Kane here, the video that sparked this one.
We've got a lot to talk about. I'm already sweating over here. I feel like I've got a lot to get off my chest.
Well, it seems like her main reasons for quitting were health. She has 3 points, which we will get to, but let's just start out with that criticism of this sort of lack of transparency in the carnivore community, or straight out, dishonesty.
And as I would do more
or interviews with guests, they would say things to me off camera, like, Lily, I will just film my food and then turn off the camera and stop recording and then add my seasonings and my hot sauce to my meats. And I was like, oh, so you hide and stuff.
I find this funny because this is exactly what I hypothesized in my recent carnivore myths debunked video, but I've seen many times carnivore doctors just completely denying there's no such thing as scurvy on a carnivore diet. Nobody gets it. I don't think it's super duper common because people are probably like cheating and other things that we're gonna talk about here. But you know, James Blunt, the singer, got scurvy on his carnivore diet. I don't know why they never mentioned that. I'm scurvyful. Scurvyful, it's true. But it is a case that the comment section also was wildly agreeing with this lack of transparency. Anyway.
And it just started turning into like a carnivore cult.
Yeah, dude, I've said this before. Nobody who's following the carnivore diet, or practically nobody, is actually following a carnivore diet. They're putting like seasonings or spices on their food, or eating a potato here and there, and that's what's preventing these cases of scurvy. You would see way more anecdotal reporting of scurvy if people were actually just eating nothing but skeletal muscle tissue.
Where people were more focused on being strict rather than on being healthy.
And yeah, she basically calls it a cult, which I think is really interesting because it's a theme that we're going to see through other ex-carnivore videos. But let's just lightning round her health issues because why not? Well, first of all, she said that her and her partner both had high levels of ferritin or iron stores.
Then we got Bryce's blood work done, and his blood panel also showed that his ferritin was slightly elevated, and also similar to me, his copper was a little bit low.
Which is sketchy because many studies associate high ferritin with increased mortality. Perhaps it's the oxidization of that iron. And it's also wild that they reached that by consuming that much of a class 2A carcinogen, you know, red meat, which of course has that heme iron. That's one of the reasons it was put on the WHO's list. Anyway, they're eating less red meat and taking copper to balance that out. But the next one has to do with glucose. Yes, she said that her glucose was actually going too low at...
Isel sounds like a retarded beta male cuck. Holy fuck. Why would he even make these videos? It makes him sound even more pathetic and retarded.
Well, this is a common characteristic of narcissists. When they do things that, they think will make them look good, they don't realize they don't understand how other people perceive them, and they'll make themselves look like fucking retards. So that's basically what's going on there. Thanks for the donation, Gay.
Night, and she wasn't the only person in this video that said that.
And then lately, I've also been incorporating another piece of fruit, so 2 total servings of fruit a day, because I wore a CGM for a month. And when I was eating my animal-based 60 grams of carbs a day or less diet, my blood sugars were going too low at night.
This is a new one to me, and she's remedying it by making sure to eat 2 servings of fruit per day. She also said that carbs help her in the gym, which we'll see a lot of people say. And then also that broccoli was just amazingly delicious, which I thought was funny.
Anyway, so in September 2023, I bought broccoli, and holy smokes, it was so delicious. I was like, wow, since when did broccoli ever taste this good?
Her thyroid was also at the bottom of the normal range, which concerned her. And then a major issue for her is her scalp dermatitis and that flaking. And she says it started when she started her carnivore diet, but to be fair, it was also when COVID happened, so she thinks it could have been that. However, you know, COVID's been gone for a while. She kept with that, you know, low carb carnivore diet, and it wasn't getting better for years. And not to just like poo-poo on her personally, but in terms of the things that she did and just like how a carnivore tackles problems, like her solutions were to put egg yolks in her hair, put beef fat, put tallow in her hair. But I should just mention, you know, there are other solutions like ketoconazole shampoo, which has been shown in randomized control trials to be highly effective for scalp seborrheic dermatitis for decades. And the last couple points, she didn't seem too concerned about her high risk level of LDL that she flashed in the beginning. I mean, that would be my main reason for quitting, but that does fit into her remaining on a, you know, pretty high animal-based diet still, despite adding carbs, because she says when she added carbs, things like acne happened, which I think is really unfortunate because a lot of that was dairy, which is heavily linked to acne. And also she went straight to white rice. I don't know why not, like brown rice. And now for a quick break with today's sponsor, Complement Essential. Hey, I'm a naive treasure hunter about to enter this ancient temple against all of the warnings of the local population. They just don't understand capitalism. Let's go. Wow, it's so ancient and adventure-y in here.
Seek the complement puzzle and you will be complimented.
Like vitamins or other nutrients. Huh.
You have unlocked the ancient complement essential multi-nutrient. Your order. We got lucky this time, but
ago I had a stroke. Leading up to the stroke, for 4 years I was on the keto diet, of which I was very high meat and butter and cheese and that kind of thing. And then in the last year leading up to the stroke, I had gone to the very high saturated fat carnivore diet.
I did a responsive video after her stroke when she was sort of doubling down and listening to these sort of carnivore influencers and docs out there, you know, convincing her that it was all okay, the LDL didn't matter.
Quite honestly, I had gotten to the carnivore by listening to social media influencers who seemed to talk a good game. They seemed to have studies that supported the carnivore diet.
But on closer inspection, she says that, you know, their science was lacking in support of the carnivore diet.
There are no long-term studies at all on the carnivore diet.
And so now what diet did she go on to try and lower her future stroke risk?
I have now...
Stiff Hard PP donated $2. Please draw Aaron flexing muscular arms and chest hair sticking out of his shirt. He is saying "Go vegan, baby," while Christy is bowing down and says, "Yes, my lord." Okay, I can do that for you. Let me see. I'll share my screen here. Wait. Oh, I didn't put the thing on. There we are. Yeah, that works. Aaron P. Aaron has a nice mane of chest hair.
"7 years ago, I experienced my first psychotic episode, during which I feared for my life due to paranoid thoughts and hallucinations. The diagnosis I received is schizoaffective disorder. Aside from the depression, my symptoms disappeared after few weeks. I even got back to reserve service. However, 2 years ago, I was forcefully arrested by 2 hospital workers who waited outside my house. They pinned me to the ground, handcuffed me, and sent me to the hospital via ambulance. Some bitch evaluated me as psychotic, and I was hospitalized for a month in a department full of extremely delusional patients with messiah complex. This experience left me traumatized and paranoid. Now I fear the day they will come back for me again. FML."
It's fairly normal for people to have psychotic symptoms that only last temporarily. So like, it could even be a single day, could be like maybe multiple weeks, and a lot of the time it does resolve on its own, even without medication. I actually had a friend on Facebook who was part of an electric motorcycle forum who I think he hurt his back and he was put on pain meds, and for whatever reason the pain meds gave him psychotic symptoms, and he he had okay, there's Aaron P flexing with his chest hair showing, saying "Go vegan, baby," and Christy bowing down, saying "Yes, my lord." Hope you enjoyed that donation. So yeah, he was having psychotic symptoms from the pain meds he was on, and he was having like these weird delusional thoughts that he was like the king of the world or something. I have no idea why the hospital yeah, I have no idea why you were hospitalized. There's actually a lot of corruption within hospital systems where they try to force people who really don't need to be under observation or be committed so that they can make more money. That could have been part of it. So yeah, that's fucked. I don't know why they did that to you. I would consider suing them. You might be able to find a lawyer who would do it for free for a percentage of the claim, because that sounds pretty fucking messed up. Thanks for the donation though, my FML story. Rode my inline skates other day, donated $2. So the most... Just a second.
Have you heard this already? Pretty good. I could work out to this.
To my butthole, yeah. Oh my God, what did I do? I can't take a dump, 'cause now my balls are blocking up my butthole. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. Good God, I pulled too hard, now my scrotum's stretched out like a fucking yard. Oh God.
I could definitely work out to this. Pretty good. Thanks for that donation, Adam. So the most beneficial gram of protein consumed per pound of body weight has been studied and is 7.75 grams per pound max. It could be more for certain individuals that are anabolic resistant, and it could be more under certain circumstances, like if you're dieting, that may increase. But yeah, generally speaking, it's around 0.75 grams protein per pound body weight. Also, how important is it to consume protein throughout the day instead of eating 70 grams protein from a block of tofu in one meal for a half daily goal? It's not super important. The most important thing is just getting in your daily protein requirement, but it does seem to be beneficial to eat protein throughout the day in order to maintain muscle protein synthesis, as opposed to eating just, one or two large chunks of protein in the day. So there might be a small benefit. Thanks for the donation. Rode my inline skates the other day.
Gone to a whole foods plant-based eating plan, and I also decided to go through Dr. Caldwell D. Esselson's cardiovascular disease prevention and reversal program.
She's eating a Dr. Esselstyn style diet, which goes without saying I think is a great idea. He has a study on about 200 people where he essentially stopped these people who had advanced artery disease, cardiovascular disease from having heart attacks and strokes over 12 years.
Yeah, so Caldwell Esselstyn's research is not good. It does not suggest what you think it suggests. He was not able to demonstrate disease reversal, which is something he claimed. I don't know if he's deliberately lying about that, but his study didn't show disease reversal. What it did show was that there was a reduction in recurrent events.
People who went off the diet, they had a 60% rate of those adverse events. Combine that with Ornish studies, etc. Great idea. Anyway, moving on to everybody's favorite, Paul Saladino. It's been a little bit now, and it's at a point where most people are disillusioned with him. He appears to have made almost every diet group angry at him or just annoyed with him. He was the one I mentioned in the past that had over 500 LDL level and was just like totally fine with it, denying cholesterol.
My most recent LDL was very high. It was 533 milligrams per deciliter.
What's normal?
Less than 100 or around 100.
But they say cholesterol is needed to make hormones. Wouldn't all of that cholesterol just put his testosterone sky high on a carnivore diet? Wouldn't he be super manly? Well...
Then I learned after a year and a half that I was getting such bad muscle cramps, heart palpitations, sleep disturbances. My testosterone's kind of going down. Right now it's around 700 or 800. I've included carbohydrates in my diet for the last 2.5 years.
So I'm a delivery
But
driver, and when I go out to suburban areas, a lot of random people always try to talk to me and say hi, but I basically just ignore them and drive off, and they get offended. Am I rude, or are they just entitled? I'm just doing my job. This is also a nice workout jam.
Yeah, I don't think you're rude or entitled. I think there's a lot of people that don't have much to do in their day, and they try to waste other people's time. And they'll talk to delivery drivers, they'll yap to convenience store clerks. So yeah, fuck those people. Don't waste your time with them. Yeah, if you're a fucking delivery driver, you have a lot of shit to do, unlike those assholes. But thanks for the donation, Mike. Appreciate it. Let me see, Adam.
I'd really like to get in your pants because I got shit in mine. I just can't stop ruining all of these pants. I'm just shitting and shitting and shitting, and I ain't ever quitting trying to get in your pants because I keep fucking shitting in mine. I'd really like to get in your pants because I keep fucking shitting in mine. I'd really like to get in your pants because I got shit in mine. I just can't stop ruining all of these pants. I'm just shitting and shitting and shitting, and I ain't ever quitting trying to get in your pants because I keep fucking shitting in mine. I'd really like to get in your pants because I keep fucking shitting in mine.
That was beautiful. Really good song. Thanks for that donation, Adam.
Going 450, 500, significantly lower, and my sex hormone binding globulin was creeping up, so I had electrolyte issues.
So yeah, he had several issues that led him to put carbs back into his diet, and he's not the only one of these videos that had testosterone issues in particular. We have Biohacker Tuan, hopefully I said his name right.
And my testosterone, it took a nosedive. It went from 1004 nanogram each deciliter to the 550s.
He saw about a 50% drop in his blood testosterone levels, which is wild. And if people were concerned about that cholesterol comment I made, it's good to remind you that from this study, vegans had higher total and equivalent free testosterone than meat eaters and vegetarians.
My cortisol levels were off the roof. I was basically living in a constant state of adrenaline and lethargic workouts.
He also claims that his cortisol was high, which we do see on studies on ketogenic diets. Of course, people are eating a keto carnivore diet generally.
Is what they don't tell you. Like waking up in the middle of the night due to low glucose levels.
He is another one that mentions having low nighttime glucose. He said it was actually waking him up. And then I was stoked to see him also stoked about Japanese purple sweet potatoes.
And they're also great when it comes to antioxidant. They are an antioxidant powerhouse.
Yep, that's definitely a health food. And then up next we have a Dr. Surwesh Kurwadkar. I don't know if I'm saying his name right anyway.
Who do you honestly think cheats more? Men or women? Women are scandalous. They act loyal but are willing to cheat on their partner at the drop of a hat if they aren't receiving the money or attention they think they deserve. Some are just sluts, period.
If you look at married couples, men are more likely to cheat, and that risk increases with age. So, by the time you get into people who are like, 60 something or whatever, their men are more likely to cheat by a significant margin. I don't know about non-marital relationships, but I know married men, especially as they get older, are more likely to cheat. Thanks for the donation, Throbbing Mushroom Tip.
He also appears to have had some sexual issues in the libido department.
I went pretty hardcore, like pretty strict, 0 carb for at least 6 months. And then I started to get issues. And that's when I started to experiment. So let me make that pretty clear. I've noticed also my libido was dropping. And I've mentioned this before on the channel, sexual health is incredibly important. Reproductive health is a canary in the coal mine.
But he says once he added carbs back, his sex drive came back with force, and then he also just felt better than before.
Everything improved. My energy went up, my stress improved, this kind of stress barrier came back, my libido returned with spades, and I didn't have any side effects. I felt better than the peak of carnivore. Now that's a big thing to say on this channel because this channel has mostly been built around the carnivore diet, and I'm expecting some hate for this.
And this guy's a medical doctor. He was testing a bunch of things, and he is a case where he did have clinically low vitamin C, an actual vitamin C deficiency. Not quite scurvy, so I guess it's okay.
I do want to talk about vitamin C. About 3 months into carnivore, I wanted to check them, and they were 12. Now 12 is actually very low. I was developing issues with coiled hairs and ingrowing hairs at the top of my legs. Whenever I had oranges to bump up the vitamin C, it went away. When I didn't have the oranges, it came back. But clearly, I was vitamin C deficient.
So he had coiled hairs, which is a symptom of vitamin C deficiency, which is really interesting. Again, not full-blown scurvy like James Blunt on his carnivore diet, but another case of vitamin C deficiency. Anyway, I just wanted to mention that a lot of these are cases of male sexual health. Males seem to be more likely to go on the carnivore diet anyway. Meat equals manliness, as we all know. But there is also a lot of reporting that I see just anecdotally, because that's all this is on forums of people with that sort of like stinky keto crotch or carnivore crotch, which is clearly a imbalance of microflora. Yeah, it's not just men. But moving on from smelly downstairs parts to another person that at least mentions vitamin C that I was like, what's this guy doing nowadays? Yeah, Frank Tufano did quit his carnivore diet a few years ago, and he was like one of the classic carnivore personas.
We are going to go over the reasons I became very sick after nearly 8 years of following a carnivore diet. Now, these are obviously things I realized after the fact, otherwise I wouldn't have stuck to the diet so long.
So yeah, this isn't a recent one, but I just had to touch on him quickly also because he mentions a lot of the same points on his whiteboard that I covered in my carnivore myths debunked video. We're talking about how you can't get all these nutrients on a carnivore diet like people claim you can. It doesn't have everything. But typing the diet in a chronometer, a ton of things fall short. However, he says there could still be a solution to that if you really want to try hard enough.
The consumption of the entrails, especially intestines, and organs that aren't typically accessible is what is key to nutrient balance. So unless you're gutting a sheep in your backyard, you'll have to do a few things differently.
Bad crazy people, please don't kill me in your backyard. Yes,
So, I finally received my order for the international vegan flag and it looks really nice. Makes me feel more prideful to be vegan. Smile. I'm waiting to get a retractable flagpole so that I can use it in protests.
Well, that's pretty cool. It's good to hear, dude. Let me see. Yeah, it looks nice. Thanks for the donation, Finn Jeremias. That gives me an idea of making a vegan pirate flag. That might be cool. Thanks for that donation, man.
The key here is entrails for those nutrients. Does that nutrient include E. coli, pathogenic bacteria? If that is the key, then he's gonna be like, try my new E. coli entrails diet cookbook. To be fair, he's not eating that. I just like to make fun of him, especially ever since he like homoerotically photoshopped a hot dog in my mouth in one of his thumbnails. Anyway, YouTube tips, let's move on. Next we have a young bodybuilder, Tristan Lee, who seems to be famous for being like super lean, but he said he was plateauing in the gym, and he has a video with IFBB Pro Jared Feather and a Dr. Mike Israetel, I believe that's his name. Says he was plateauing in the gym, but then made a change. Here they are.
Implementing
Those two pictures are pretty wild.
So,
what were these immediate 5-day changes? I assume it was trenbolone, but I just learned from TikTok comments.
Yeah, that change was quitting carnivore and adding carbs. He had some other benefits he covers as well, like joints.
Immediately, I was just more full, so I wasn't as stringy, and I noticed my joints weren't as terrible. Jared wanted to slowly reintroduce carbs, so just rice and sweet potato.
Okay.
And I found my digestion's like perfect with those, so I've just continued to increase and implement those.
And finally, they talk about the issues that your body has just staying in carnivore and ketosis for that long.
Carbohydrates specifically, and enough calories also, have this huge parasympathetic response to your nervous system where they put you into recovery mode.
Right.
Which is, if you're overreached and you don't have those carbs in, you're kind of in permanent mini fight or flight mode, ultra high stress mode.
Next we have Dr. Mark Morris, who has a PhD in nutrition. He talks about some carnivore health issues, but then also makes some comments in general about the movement and criticisms like that.
Number one, just some practical stuff, but also some more serious reasons that could impact my health. I always felt left out. Social stuff like dinner parties where food is cultural and social and fun. I wasn't involved in stuff like that, and my mental energy started to suffer, let alone my physical energy. That really started to fade away. After a little bit, I started trying to manage my electrolytes and stuff like that, but it never really made it better. Then my gym performance went and my bowel movements changed, not for the better.
But he's one that goes particularly into challenging the claims of these carnivore experts online, like Chafee.
Because all these figures and people pushing the diet, which we're gonna start calling the usual suspects because they come up so often, they're only telling one part of the story. The part of the story that was convenient for them.
And the whole narrative that plants are trying to kill you, making a point that I did, that if they are trying to, they're really bad at it.
All there was to plant plants was toxic substances that were meant to kill you, they're doing a very bad job of it, especially the people that eat only plants and are healthy. And if anything, are only improving their health.
And finally, he was the only one that actually cited a study, so bonus points there.
This study published in 2021 actually showed that the higher intake of fruits and vegetables were actually linked to lower mortality. These foods keep you alive.
Next, we have more fitness stuff as well as criticisms of the carnivore community with Corey/Box Scholar. He says he tried to get a more balanced view and listen to Lane Norton.
So when I started my exercise program, I kept hearing from experts that you really do need carbs for your muscles.
So this is where he got the idea that he could actually make some more gains in the gym if he consumed carbs. And I have to say, based on this before picture of him on a carnivore diet and this after picture of him adding carbs back in, yeah, he looks more muscular, which is really ironic because removing meat, the thing that everybody's trying to eat to be muscly, is what allowed him to gain more muscle. And he also recalls just how wacko the whole anti-plants thing is, especially with Paul Saladino.
But Paul Saladino, he goes into grocery stores, making people feel guilty about eating vegetables and going in there with no shirt. Who goes into a grocery store with no shirt and shoes?
Someone who doesn't want service?
And then starts ragging about people eating vegetables. I mean, this is like a psycho. The more I think about it, the more I think that the carnivore diet is like a cult.
But I'm happy for him. He's saying eating more fiber and all that is making him feel better.
Also, I eat a lot more fiber now. I was brainwashed into believing fiber was bad for you and, it's going to cause all these problems. You're going to die from fiber and it's going to lead to constipation and everything. Well, I haven't had that problem. I eat a lot of fiber now, and it hasn't had any detrimental effects on me. And in fact, I think it makes me feel more full.
In the end, I could probably do like a 2-hour documentary responding to these videos and more, but it's clear that carnivore is no more. Well, not quite. I mean, obviously, a lot of people are still trying it, but this could be the beginning of this shift against this culture of what the carnivore diet is, of just, blindly being afraid of all of these plants, which are shown to be healthy, as well as, just seeing problems within the movement for the first time and everybody acknowledging them, that lack of transparency, people literally hiding that they're eating seasonings and stuff like that, which of course falls on top of the mounting health issues that are becoming more and more known in the carnivore community. I mean, I didn't even cover the whole electrolyte imbalance, heart palpitation thing that a lot of people have talked about. There's people getting folate deficiencies, but it is interesting to see just a pretty widespread, almost consensus, that people aren't seeing the gym results that they want. And yeah, that makes sense because our muscles like glycogen. And then that trend of low testosterone and sexual issues as well is interesting. But I was a little bit disappointed to see a couple things not mentioned. First of all, just, how expensive this diet is. I mean, you're eating one of the most expensive ingredients solely, which drives people to eat more of that factory farm cheap meat. We have guides like this that literally tell you to do that. So they end up doing that while criticizing vegans for like harvest deaths, which is totally hypocritical. And then perhaps more importantly, that the greenhouse gas emissions of this diet are higher than I'm quite sure any other diet out there. I've calculated it before based off, this Oxford study, for example. It's insanely through the roof. People don't seem to care. They weren't like, oh, I quit because I care about the planet. Nope, none of that. Anyway, if you want some extra nutritional insurance on your planet-friendly, plant-based diet, you can of course click the link below and use the code Mike15 for 15% off Compliment Essential. And let me know down below what else I missed. There's a ton of ex-vegan videos out there. If there was one of particular interest, maybe I can comment response to it. But past that, feel free to like, subscribe, all that good stuff, and I'll see you next one. Thanks for watching.
And references to recreational drugs and drug-related themes in various contexts, including educational, humorous, and
How ethical is buying avocados in Northern Europe? It is just fine. There's no problem with doing that.
artistic portrayals. These references are not intended to promote or glorify illegal drug usage. The documentary does not endorse or condone illegal drug consumption or creation. This video has been censored to comply with YouTube's guidelines. Viewers' discretion is advised. Prepare yourself, as what you're about to witness may be unsettling or startling.
Bermuda Triangle is what I would explain this to be, because this is an intersection where rich, the poor, the middle class meets each and every day. A lot of them get lost right here, not even knowing where the f they're going.
Dear God and Lord above, take this man the f out of life.
I was hit with a gun. Turning Pike is it's a pickup spot.
Welcome to hell. Welcome to Turnip Pike.
Mike Donatellers, also, would you say not saying you're welcome after somebody thanks you is rude as well? I often don't say anything and just go about my day, yet people get butthurt if I don't say anything back. Who the fuck cares, dude? It's just whatever. Do whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Drug epidemic is bad, man. There's probably 3 overdoses this morning.
And
that guy's life is in their hands. What the f is going on here?
Seattle, Washington stands as a beacon of vibrant culture and bustling activity. However, beneath its surface lies a stark contrast. Along the infamous 3rd and Pike Street, a different scene emerges. Here, amidst the glamour, open drug use, notably with lethal substances like fentanyl.
Botanis, fine dead bitch, donated $2. Ever watched Yu Yu Hakusho? Yeah, I have. I haven't seen the complete series yet, but I have watched it. It's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, Botanis, a fine bitch.
Runs rampant, leaving individuals in distressing states of intoxication. I embarked on an investigation to delve into this reality.
I'm taking a minute's break from today's video to thank Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring today's documentary. During my travels in America, I came across many people with life-changing injuries, only if they knew about Morgan & Morgan. When you're seriously hurt, your injury could be worth millions, and it only takes minutes to see if you have a case. And let me tell you, Morgan & Morgan doesn't settle for low-ball offers. In the past couple of months, Morgan & Morgan saw verdicts like $12 million in Florida, which was 34 times the highest insurance offer, $26 million in Philadelphia, which was 40 times the highest insurance offer, $6.8 million in New York, which was 25 times the highest insurance offer. And here's the best part, it's free. That's right, absolutely free. Free unless you win. So here's the deal. Did you know you can start a claim with America's largest injury law firm in just a click? It's so easy. You can start a claim now with Morgan & Morgan at www.forthepeople.com/taboo or click the link in the description. Remember, when it comes to getting the compensation you deserve, Morgan & Morgan have you covered. Remember, when it comes to getting the compensation you deserve, Morgan & Morgan is the name you can trust. Morgan & Morgan have modernized the injury law process so you can submit a claim, speak to your legal team, all from your smartphone. It just got even easier. Thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring today's documentary, and now back to today's documentary.
Since 2001, drug possession has been downgraded to a simple misdemeanor in Seattle, requiring referrals before arrests. Yet this shift has plunged Seattle into a nightmarish spectacle. Open-air drug use on every street corner while law enforcement's apathy paints a haunting picture. Merely passing by without intervention, the consequences have been dire. Surging overdoses and crime rates. Downtown Seattle, once bustling, now echoes with the footsteps of security personnel hired by the desperate stores, their costs soaring by up to 400%, suggesting the irreversible damage. The severity of the crisis is magnified by Seattle's chilling revelation. Over 1,000 fatal fentanyl overdoses in 2023, a staggering 47% increase from the previous year and an all-time high. The once thriving hub now teeters on the brink of desolation, resembling more of a ghost town than a vibrant urban centre.
I've been on the fentanyl for about 6 months.
6 months?
Yep.
And how much fentanyl do you use a day?
Sometimes I'll use $50 worth, some days I'll use nothing. Yeah.
I've been doing drugs most of my life. I've got a heart problem.
A heart problem?
I got a heart problem, yeah. Since I was like 18 years old, I had a heart attack. And ever since then, I've been big in pain medicine. Heroin is always off and on, but sometimes I'll get heroin. Fentanyl was the big one that started. It's great stuff. I don't die from it, I guess.
Well, are you taking it at the moment?
Yeah.
You're on fentanyl, yeah?
At the moment, yeah, I have some.
And is it easy to get hold of fentanyl now?
Relatively.
What's the going rate?
You can get like $10 amounts. You can't really get $5 amounts, so.
Oh, it's a shame.
Yeah, there's $10 amounts and $20 amounts. From then it goes up, but you can't buy $5 amounts.
Have you picked up any addictions while being on the streets of Seattle?
Yeah, I've overdosed 4 times in about the last 2 months. You know, it's all a part of my process. To live is to die, and love is pain, etc., etc. Fill out Sabo, start out hard, go fill.
You overdosed 4 times?
Yeah, fentanyl powder. You know, it's one of those things. It's just part of the culture, and you know, me myself, I don't look at it as a misfortunate circumstance, but if anything, it lets me become more in tune and attuned with the people around me. I got to take the good with the bad. I don't go to AA or NA. It's one of those things where you got to make a choice. What's your life worth to you? What do you want to do with your life? So confetti powder's out of the deal. I was looking for a long-lasting high. When you're a homeless person, especially, or a street, I prefer street kid, with my street family. When you're out here in the cold, it's, you know, you got $5. Do you buy $5 worth of weed that's going to last 10, 15, 20 minutes? Or you buy $5 worth of confetti powder, you might be high for about 45 minutes. It'll numb, it'll take care of that cold feeling for you. So it's all about survival out here.
So how long have you been addicted? A year and a half. And what's your drug of choice? Fentanyl. Have you ever overdosed? How many times? Is that yours, bro? The straw. What do you prefer?
This is what you'll start doing if you get a gay hand tattoo, VG, being a strung out fiend. I don't know if a hand tattoo would make me do that, but thanks for the warning.
I prefer fentanyl.
Fentanyl, yeah.
It's cheaper.
How much is fentanyl?
$5 if you shoot like I do.
And bro, how did you get addicted in the first place?
Smoked it. No, it was crazy.
Someone just offered it you?
Yeah, and it's crazy because I hit it. And you know, my friend was like, "Listen, it's really strong."
Did you take it?
And I was like, and held it in. You know, took a big, you know, hit, and I died actually.
Your first ever time?
And Narcan. Well, it was, you know, and I've been smoking everything or whatever before that, you know, for a long time. So I kind of was like, yeah, whatever, you know. And yeah, no, it's way different.
Yeah.
Seattle EMS crews responded to 680 opioid overdose calls between January and April just in the downtown core. Countywide, there were 2,600 overdose calls through March, outpacing 2022's record-setting year. And look at this, fentanyl deaths in King County spiked to 712 in 2022, but this year is already on pace to be even worse.
Feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. Oh, knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door.
That is some bad music.
So a bone-eating drug is taking over America. Can this world get any worse?
I'm sure it could. Maybe there will be a, like, penis-eating drug that comes to, market, you know? So I'm sure it could get worse. You know, what I don't understand is, I don't know why the government hasn't invested in creating their own designer drugs that are, like, just going to compete with something like fentanyl, where, you know, sure, it might be addictive, sure, it might have harmful side effects, but it's not as bad, and you can have, like, functional levels of addiction, where you won't have people who are, like, insane, like, poverty, homelessness from getting so severely addicted to fentanyl. Like, that would be a smart idea if the government would just invest in making their own designer drugs that are at least better for you than things like fentanyl, but they just won't do it. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door.
Can you tell this guy to shut up? Holy fuck.
Feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door.
Every day, they'll wash this off. At the end of the night, you'll see garbage, just piled cans, all sorts of shit. Like a parade just went through. Every day. The last place I was at, all pill heads, everyone smoked blues. You know, there's a couple Fetty addicts. But over here, almost every single person smokes Fetty over here. If you see them sitting down, or you see them with a whole bunch of bags, it's probably fentanyl.
If I wanted to buy fentanyl right now, how quickly can I get that?
Within 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yes.
It's pretty wild, man. Homeless people are everywhere. They're in the streets. There's drug use everywhere around this part of the city. Thurman Pike is big central for drug use and travel. People come through here on their way to anywhere. It's a normal day to wake up and all my stuff be gone, you know. But yeah, it's insane. Like, and that's
Or there's the house people will take from the homeless all the time. It's insane.
Bro, what's happened to that eye?
I was hit with a gun.
Hit with a gun?
Yeah, well, it was bad timing, yeah.
When was that?
This isn't regular.
That looks very fresh. Why would someone want to hit you with a gun? What happened?
He got in his face.
You got in his face?
He was trying to rob me for a necklace, like a chain. And
did you keep the chain?
Well, yeah. That's why I was yelling at him. I was just kind of like mad he was trying to take my chain.
It was really scary at first. I wasn't used to this. I wasn't used to seeing people just like themselves die in the street. But you get really desensitized really quickly, and it just becomes like a normal work day.
Do you feel safe walking just the strip and coming to work?
No, not at all. I used to walk to work in the dark because we open at like 7 a.m. So it'd be walking in the dark, open, then walking in the dark to close. So it's scary for sure.
I guess, what's the craziest thing you've seen on 3rd and Pike or in Seattle since you've been out?
A lot. People walk around just like publicly naked all the time, and that's normal. Nobody can bat an eye at that. I've had people come in here after close and just like go crazy, screaming at me. I've had one lady come up and corner me in the back while like my hands holding on the slips. There's like no laws around here. Nothing happens. So,
Jesus.
Yeah.
It's a drug so deadly you could fit a fatal dose of it on the point of a pencil.
Fentanyl deaths are rising in King County every.
King County is averaging 67 overdoses a month.
Arrested a man in Shoreline planning to traffic $1.2 million worth of.
And those numbers are rising, especially in Washington state. Why is this happening?
And have you been Narcan? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've died 10 times.
Died 10 times?
Yeah, 5 times on blues and 5 times on fentanyl. Yeah. It just happens. I was eating some food last week in Chinatown, and then I went to go smoke. I smoked, my friend looked over, and I was dead.
I don't like getting Narcan. I don't like that stuff getting put on my nose at random points. I'm asleep, and then I wake up, and I'm just really, really high from Narcan. It's just really crazy, man. It scares me.
What is the feeling of Narcan like?
Narcan is anxious, very, like, anxiety is total max. You can't really talk well. It's like your body starts orgasming, and it's like you can't stop it. And you just sit there and make noises and stuff in front of people. It's not very comfortable. Be high on Narcan in front of people, so there's motivation to stop.
Here, there's a lot of overdoses, a lot of fentanyl. I have to carry Narcan.
Exactly, you have to.
I don't have to.
Personal choice to have,
personal choice. I carry a lot of Narcan.
You have to use them?
Yeah, absolutely. You spray it up their nose, and it's like smelling salts. It has the same effect. It kind of
brings them back.
Why has Seattle become like this?
This kind of area has always kind of had a little demographic mixture of working people that work in the buildings, retail workers, and then a small percentage of kind of home.
Dark Brandon strikes again at Diaper Don lol. Also, by the way, my name is pronounced finger my ass for future reference smile.
Oh, okay, finger my ass. That makes sense. Let me see.
Of course, the 2024 election is in full swing. And yes, age is an issue. I'm a grown man running against a 6-year-old. Well, I feel great. I really feel great.
I'd say Donald Trump is probably more like a 5-year-old, but yeah, thanks for that donation, finger my ass.
Homeless and tragic cases where, drugs and stuff like that. But since COVID, it got a lot worse. It got normal. Yeah.
You have Narcan?
Hang a minute.
It's crazy, bro. The amount of people I've seen smoking fentanyl here, these just walk past.
Just walk past. And, so they pass a law to do it, but I guess they choose when they want to do it. Yeah. Because they, just like you said, they see them pass it, and everybody has foil. I'm pretty sure. You see plenty of people with foil, but.
And I'm seeing people just smoking it on the streets.
Oh yeah, all day long.
And the police are just walking.
They just said, we don't want you smoking in front of our store. It's all they don't say anything else.
So you can smoke fentanyl as long as it's not in front of a shop?
Yeah. What if the police see you? They just tell you not to do it in front of them. They frown upon that, but I have seen them put people in handcuffs. Yes, I have, but they don't really say anything. There's so many people doing it that if they would arrest everybody, it'd be like racial almost.
Yo, it's wild, bro.
Sorry, they're giving him that.
This happen all the time.
There's a very good chance.
It's currently 2 a.m. in Seattle. I've been told not to go to 3rd and Pike in the night, so I'm going at night.
You might want to get some security. It brings crime and everything. You got a permit to record this?
I'm sane, lol, donators. I suspect I was hospitalized because I stopped attending the district psychiatrist appointments because my meds were working fine. Anyway, I started meeting with a psychologist. He was a vegetarian and I turned him vegan, made it easier to open up. That's pretty dope. Were the psychiatrist appointments court mandated? Because if they weren't court mandated, I don't know how the fuck they can force you to do that. That's insane. Like, again, if there's no court mandate, you should consider a civil suit and getting money out of it. Thanks for the donation, though, insane lol.
These people? I'm not recording these people, recording us there. I promise you, like, if there's one piece of black on it, I'll give you all my fatty I have on me.
This is where everybody's going. As you see, the rays of war going on in the world and everything. See, everything they're creating is just an illusion for everybody. See right here? Second class is not even a second class anymore. It's lower class. They're the only working class there is right now. The lower class, you see it.
I just always been a
great job by being out here, just like people are.
Welcome back to Straw by Science. Dr. Milo Wolf with you today with an expert, Dr. Mike Israetel, talking about perception of soreness in training as a means to guide whatever you're doing in the gym, like adding sets, removing sets, doing different exercises. Essentially, how would you use soreness? Would you use it with regards to your lifting practice?
That's a great question. I assume it's in the context of hypertrophy.
Correct.
Cool. So I've explained this a few times, sometimes at length, and a lot of times when I explain it, folks will understand what I'm getting at. And sometimes I think something's kind of lost in translation because I kind of have like it's a little bit more complicated than just soreness means this, the soreness doesn't mean that. And so I'll try to explain it in such a way that it's about as simple as I can explain it, but that still conveys roughly what I'm trying to get at. So fundamentally, what really matters is, are you getting stronger for reps over time? And if that's occurring, the soreness is going to be always and everywhere very much secondary to that. So if you're getting stronger over time.
Mike Donatellers, which out of the three would you say is the most satisfying? Taking fat shit, quenching your thirst, or eating your favorite food? I'd say quenching your thirst, then taking a fat shit, and then eating favorite food, in that order. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Please draw Alex O'Connor shit in his pants and Jordan Peterson asking for more.
Sure, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, dude. Alex looks like a fucking dweeb. Alright, let me see. No, it doesn't work with that. He has these disgusting lemon eyes. Yeah. Okay, there's his head.
And spec king of the world getting worse. You will not believe what high school students sit fears these days.
Nice to see you,
About the
Dodo.
pro-Hamas protests at Ivy League schools, but how about a furry protest? A new trend has emerged where some children believe they are animals known as furries. They purchase furry animal ears, paws, tails, and even collars online and wear them to school. This may seem harmless, but the truth is these students are causing disruptions in their school studies. Recently, some students at Mount Nebo Middle School in Payson, Utah, walked out of class stating they had had enough. The furries were making it difficult for them to walk down the school hallways without being molested.
They either bite us, they scratch us, they bark at us, they pounce on us, and then they perfume. They run on all fours and pounce on people.
Nebo School District spokesman Seth Sorensen insists that rumors are causing concern among students.
Actually, it's not something that's been occurring. In fact, a lot of the
Is to act like animals because they believe
This can't be real.
Can you draw Dog Day and Catnap from Poppy Playtime 3? Do it a vegan gains perspective style. It's for my daughter.
Okay, I will draw that next for you. Thanks for the donation, Alan. Kid Beard, any tellers, facts or cap? Let me see.
Stopping men from taking advantage of women, other men.
Yeah.
If men agreed with you could hit a woman over the head, and whoever you hit over the head and drug to your cave, that was your woman, women couldn't do a thing to stop it. So that shows you that men are more benevolent than women, because women now have laws that allow them to screw men over in divorce and child support, and there's no group of women to stop it. There's no other half of women who are doing the same thing that men do, which is prevent you from being screwed over in a large amount. Again, in the Western world, men stop other men from doing things to women. Do you know what's stopping men?
That is retarded. Yeah, other men stop other men from abusing women, but like, how does that make more men benevolent? That was just a stupid claim. Thanks for the donation though, dude. Okay, there's Alex shitting his pants. Now I gotta draw Jordan Peterson telling him to do it more. Give me a second, I wanna reference for Jordan Peterson.
And this is why no one likes furries.
Possibly. I don't think furries are doing that, though. I think that's just, bullshit. I'm pretty sure that's just a bullshit, news story that isn't true. Trying to find a good picture of Jordan Peterson for reference. It's kind of hard. Give me a second.
These drawings are really fantastic, Richard. Is there any chance you'll make them available on merchandise like coffee cups and t-shirts? I would like to purchase. Can you show on the screen all the Dono drawings you've done so far, please? Thanks, Choco.
I've done a lot. Like, it's a fucking lot. Let me see. So from yesterday, I did Neil deGrasse Tyson, did a cat, did Christie and Donald Trump, Christy sucking black dudes' dicks and me feeding Jasmine diarrhea tofu. Whatever the fuck this is. Pikachu's jizzing on, I think Sager from chat and Christy. This is the Satan guy from that stupid cartoon show that I don't like. This is Godzilla fucking Christy and Blah fucking Christy and Frank Tefano fucking Sverage. I think that's Sean Baker pissing or coming on Paul Saladino's head. This is a baboon sucking my dick and my dad watching with Prismo on his head. This is Joey Carbstrong. There's a lot. Like, it just goes on. This is a drawing I did before. It wasn't a request for, like, stream, but I just did this on my spare time. That's the new t-shirt design. It's up on Teespring if anybody wants it. This is like... yeah, this is Jesus whipping the Prophet Muhammad with a nun. There's a lot. Thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it. Alan Wootsius donated $2. Tell us about your recent mushroom trip and what made you decide to do them this time. I was just having emotional problems, and I thought mushrooms might help to, like, just, I don't know, make more sense of life and make me stress out less. And it kind of worked. They did help to, I don't know, give me perspective, I guess you could say, where I'm just not taking things as seriously as before. I was just kind of losing my mind and just taking shit way too seriously. And basically, I just fully and utterly embraced nihilism in my mushroom trip. I didn't care about anything. I thought I, like, beat life, and I was actually close to committing suicide because I just realized how pointless everything is, and I knew that I think I was worried I was in a state of permanent psychosis, and I was, like, actually considering killing myself. It was really, really fucking intense, but I've never felt such a feeling of just pure bliss before in my life. It was pretty crazy. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Depressed Vegan donated $2. Why is the AR community like this? So apparently, if you don't support Palestine and those dumbass kids protesting, you're not real vegan. It's because they're pieces of shit. Vigilant vegan. Absolutely cucked. Say this is a vegan animal rights activist fighting against oppression means fighting against the oppression of all. Yeah, and Israel's being oppressed right now. Regardless of species, our view on liberation cannot and shall not be limited to non-humans, a world where animals are free but humans still suffer under the thumb of occupation, racism, imperialism, and patriarchal heterosexual dominance. This guy is cucked beyond belief. Holy fuck. I've never seen anything so pathetic in my life. Alright, I'm going to try to draw Jordan Peterson now. I think I'm going to start with his nose first.
Just tell him from the ocean to the sky Hamas will die.
Yeah, I'd like to tell him that. That's the way it should be. I don't know if I can do the side profile right. I'm not sure if it's going to look like Jordan Peterson at all. Yeah, fuck it. I'll just do Oh, it's so annoying erasing things.
Everything Tommy said was facts, bitch nigga. Also random comment, but I would do anything in this world to eat Bianca Taylor's ass. Boy, I would eat that anus like a Oreo cookie. Also lean beef patty as well. I would so tongue fuck her fart box.
Yeah, they're both pretty hot. I would only have sex with lean beef patty if she went vegan. Otherwise, no. Unfortunately, Bianca Taylor is a pro-Palestinian cuck. I don't think she's particularly smart. And the weird shit that's gone on with her and Nimai Delgado, I don't know if either of them are like all there. She broke up with him like a week before they were gonna get married and shit. Like, that's super fucking weird. She's into a lot of weird spiritual woo-woo bullshit too, so yeah, I don't know. Like, she has a great ass, don't get me wrong, but I don't know if I'd ever, like, bother fucking with her. Because she seems to just have, like, fucking problems. Whenever I hear girls talk about spirituality and shit like that, that usually worries me. He has really small eyebrows. Big nose. I think the eye's like too big or something. It's really hard to get eyes perfectly right, and like the eyes more than any feature like have to be fucking perfect on a person. Okay, I think I see what I did. It's like too far away from his nose or something. Yeah, I think that's better. It's fucking annoying. I think his nose is crooked. Yeah, his nose is fucking crooked as fuck. This is gonna look bad. Yeah. How did I do that so sideways?
If veganism were to be labeled as a religion, would you consider it paganism? In a way, it wouldn't be an Abraham belief or rely on believing a deity. I think it'd be cool in my opinion. You have probably already seen this, but could you react to this? Smile. We need to get Ben on our side would be massively great to our movement. You have probably already seen this, but could you react to this?
Shit, I didn't have the thing on screen, my bad. So there is Alex O'Connor pooping his pants with diarrhea, and Jordan Peterson watching him saying, "Poop more." Hope you enjoyed that. I think I did Alex pretty well. Yeah, the Jordan Peterson one looks fucked. He's hard to draw. veganism were to be labeled as a religion, would you consider it paganism? No. Paganism would be worshiping multiple gods. If you were to turn veganism into a religion, it would have to, I'd imagine, revolve around worshiping some type of deity or something. Thanks for that donation, Riley.
If rightly so, you say, okay, well, make your eating habits adhere to a more moral standard. It's something I'll admit I'm a hypocrite on, and it's something that I've thought about a fair bit. So, Ashley, thank you for urging me to consider my hypocrisy and continuing to move in that direction, because I'm thinking about it seriously.
How can you admit that you're a hypocrite and then continue to? How can you?
That's what a hypocrite is. I just said I am.
But you're.
Yeah, I've seen Ben talk about that a lot. I don't think Ben would be a strong animal advocate because he's an idiot. I don't see him really doing much for the movement. Obviously, it'd be good if he'd go vegan, but I don't see him doing much for the movement. Thanks for that donation, dude. Dog Day and Catnap from Poppy Playtime 3. What the fuck is this? Yeah, what the fuck? I guess I'll draw this. I've never heard of this crap before. It's really weird. I might actually want to use an ink pen. I'll just do this over with an ink pen. Stupid gap. Stupid gap. I forgot to show it on screen again. My bad. It's hard to remember to do that. Yeah, I know. Okay, shut up. It's hard to fucking remember. I gotta draw this stupid dog. Ugh. Damn it. This looks like sexual harassment. Okay, there you go. There's Dog Day and Catnap from Poppy Playtime 3. Vegan perspective? Okay, I'll draw a carrot coming out of this person's butt. Fuck, stupid gaps. Fucking gap.
Despite my bigoted governor in Tennessee passing multiple trash bills, this one was based as fuck, and I just love the far left anti-gun lunatics flipping out in emotions rather than relying on fact. Draw Jordan Peterson debating Badass Satan about the ethics of cleaning room. Have them each standing behind podium on each side of page. And in between them a messy room with bed, lotion, gamer chair and PC with poster of Vegan Gains nude. Credit Arch.
Okay, I will do that for you in just a minute. Thanks for that donation. Yeah, liberals are fucking retarded when it comes to firearms policies. They've tried solutions like having school resource officers at schools to dissuade mass shootings, and we know the flaws that arise from that. The officers are more than likely not to engage with the shooting suspect, and they harass students at the school. If teachers are armed and nobody knows who's armed, that's a huge disadvantage for school shooters where they can't really plan ahead for a situation like that, but with school resource officers, they can. I don't know why there's anybody who has a problem with this. It's just fucking stupid. We'll see what happens, but I don't expect anything bad to come of that.
Please draw Godzilla 2014.
Okay, I will do that next after the previous donation request is done. Thanks for the donation, dude. So, draw Jordan Peterson debating Badass Satan about the ethics of cleaning room. Have them each standing behind podium on each side of page, and in between them a messy room with bed, lotion, gamer chair, and a PC with poster of Vegan Gains nude. What the fuck? How am I supposed to draw that? You're a dickhead. Like, you're an actual fucking asshole. Holy fuck, dude. I don't even know how I should scale this. Oh my god. Fuck. Um. There you go. There's Jordan Peterson debating Satan on a podium about messy rooms, and there's a messy room in the background with a gaming chair. Thanks for the donation, dude. Draw Godzilla 2014. Let me see. I think that's a good enough reference. Low battery, Jesus. This is very hard to draw. What the fuck? I'll deal with the way the head looks later. This head is just absolutely fucked. I don't know. There's Godzilla 2014. I can't fucking draw it, okay? That's the best I can do. I'm fucking tired.
I'm not gonna like kick dicks out of your mouth and tell you like you're doing soreness wrong or some shit like that. Soreness becomes much more of a thing when it has two cases. One is if you're not getting sore at all and other indicators in your program seem to suggest underdosing, or you just have like the easiest recovery in the world and you're not progressing either at all or at a pace you have come to expect or for some good reason expect to progress at. So if you're not getting sore ever, let's say a quick example, you're training your triceps and they're not big and they are not growing, your rep strength over time is increasing, and you have trouble with kind of generating a mind-muscle connection. So you think there's triceps back there, I'm not so sure, and you're also not getting sore. I would say that whatever amount of tricep training you're doing, and by amount I mean total stimulus, which could be proximity to failure, the degree of effectiveness of your technique, how good your technique is, exercise selection, and the biggest one is training volume. Something there is probably understimulating. And if you also don't get sore, I can tell you, yeah, it's probably a decent idea to try to crank up the stimulus. That brings in the secondary discussion of soreness. If, let's say you train 2 days a week, also triceps, Monday, Thursday, just to keep the shit real simple, and you have delayed onset soreness that lasts from Monday until Wednesday evening or even Thursday morning, and then you have a delayed onset soreness that lasts from Friday morning after the Thursday session all the way to Sunday evening. Consistently, whatever problems you have with your gains, I would proposition that an underdosing of stimulus is highly unlikely to be one of them. Because if you cranked up the stimulus, you would start to get overlapping soreness. And we know that, at least in some methods of analysis, consistent overlapping soreness means you're probably under-recovering, and it means that you're not your strongest at the time of lifting. And yes, some studies on very beginner people where the neurological adaptations outpace everything show that even if you're sore, you can still make strength gains. But I'll tell you this, if you have to do your best in the gym for any one session, do you want to be sore coming into that session or not sore? I surmise that the answer is not sore. And so if someone says, look, man, my triceps aren't growing, I go, do you get sore? And they go, dude, I've never been sore. I'm like, ooh. Outside of the other methods of analysis, I would say it's incrementally beneficial for you to consider that you're underdosing somehow, and doing more may be part of the answer. On the other hand, if you tell me like, dude, my triceps aren't growing, and I'll be like, do you get sore? Like, I'm sore all the fucking time. My next guess is probably doing less might be better than doing more in that context, especially if it's regular, not just like your first week or something like that. So that's kind of how I approach soreness, but it can be instructive at its extremes, especially. To put it another way, really quick, really simple, if you're struggling to grow something and you just never have felt DOMs in it, you might want to experiment with some intensification. For example, length and partials consistently make almost everyone that tries them more sore than usual, not just from novelty, regularly for weeks on end. And they seem to kind of fucking work. Cranking up volume will make you more sore, and so on and so on. On the other hand, if you're just getting sore like fucking crazy, you're probably more limited by recovery, and training harder is highly unlikely to be a part of the answer.
One final question on soreness before I give my sort of response to that. One thing I think we need to clarify is, what does soreness actually mean to you?
I can answer this in a couple of ways. One is there is a high degree of uncertainty about what the physiological mechanisms of soreness are, and we've known that for a long time. I know of at least one old ultrastructural tissue analysis paper that showed, with analysis of things like Z-line streaming and things, that soreness was much more aligned with a very robust hypertrophic response than it was with a response of pure muscle damage. We also know that soreness arises as a secondary feature, not a primary feature of stimulus. We know it probably has something to do with immune infiltration. Also, and I'm very confident about this, when you take more drugs, you get more sleep, and you eat more food, you get more sore, not less. And if it was just linear damage, you'd be like, but all these things help the damage. How the hell is soreness a thing now? So to me, what soreness actually is at a deep analytical level is unclear. But I do know that soreness also correlates with the following things. The introduction of a new exercise or new rep range, when we know that novelty is highly correlated to gains because that's how noob gains work. The noob gains aren't magic. God doesn't know what time it is in your life for training. The novelty effect is the noob gains effect, and it's profoundly helpful for hypertrophy. We know that you get more sore if you get closer to failure. We also know that causes hypertrophy. We know that you get more sore if you do more volume. That causes hypertrophy. We know if you do more eccentric control at long muscle length, that causes more soreness. We also know robustly that causes more hypertrophy. You start to line up all the variables. Here's another thing. In my coaching of very many athletes, especially athletes, volleyball players, soccer players, the people that grow muscle the fastest visually, they get the strongest, that are the more fast fiber oriented, they get robustly more sore than everyone else. Endurance athletes, fucking 10 sets of everything, they just don't get sore. And you're like, all right, well, soreness has nothing to do with growth, no worries. And then they don't fucking grow. Too many correlations for me to just be like, this has nothing to do with anything. So I suspect that soreness is a proxy, not the proxy. And there are other things going on that can
Hot take, Shaolin Monks is the best Mortal Kombat game ever. One of my fondest childhood memories is playing the co-op story mode with my cousin and pulling off those team fatality moves. Thoughts on the game?
It was a really good game. I remember playing the demo. I never played the full game, but it was really good.
So, as I'm watching your Steam, I was able to get my hands on the new vegan mac and cheese from Kraft that came in the mail today, along with the international vegan flag and vegan Reese's Cups. Lol, yum.
Kraft mac and cheese is fucking disgusting.
A vegan Kraft mac and cheese. You may not know that Kraft came out with a plant-based boxed, dairy-free mac and cheese. They did this with a partnership with Notco, a company now...
Yeah, Kraft mac and cheese is fucking disgusting. I don't think I'd like that. I hated it even when, like, before I was vegan. Thanks for the donation, Finn. Finger my ass, sorry. Yeah, I don't know if you could call Shaolin Monks the best Mortal Kombat game. Like, you might prefer it most in the franchise, but Mortal Kombat is, like, fundamentally a fighting game, and it's not exactly a fighting game. I would say it's one of the best co-op beat-em-ups for sure. Thanks for the donation, Aviduder.
I have kind of decided that I am not...
even conflate these variables. A proxy for the degree of stimulus introduced. Does that mean stimulus equals growth? No, but stimulus may cause growth.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and by and large I agree that soreness is typically correlated to some degree with stimulus for hypertrophy. I guess the one thing that strikes me in all this, like we agree on most things when it comes to stimulus, when it comes to underdosing training volume or intensity or what have you for hypertrophy, the one thing I struggle with from the research side of things is using soreness potentially as a proxy for fatigue. The reason for that is, as you mentioned, soreness is not a super well understood topic. Soreness is kind of, it could be caused by a variety of factors, and a recent review paper I think identified about 8 separate factors that could be responsible for the soreness perception. There's
another way of saying we just don't know.
Exactly, like there's just a lot of uncertainty there, right? And that was 3 years ago.
That's a lineup of 8 people who did a crime, and you're like, it could be all 8. Like, wow, excellent.
Now we'll get the end. See you later. Introduce them, and you're like, all right.
Could be that guy, could be that guy. Yeah.
So we really don't understand soreness and how it relates even to muscle damage.
Sure.
And in fact, there's a study by Musaka and colleagues from 2005, I believe, where they essentially had participants perform a very damaging protocol in the biceps with eccentric contractions, essentially creating a bunch of muscle damage, and then measuring markers of muscle damage like creatine kinase, like recovery of performance from before the damaging bout to...
Mike Donatellers, is dieting supposed to take tons of willpower? Depends on the person. Because every time I try to diet, I end up failing just because I just feel too hungry and end up quitting binging. Dieting is not supposed to be anything. It may be harder for certain people because of their genetics, because of social conditions they're in. Could be because they're dieting poorly, because they're trying to restrict too much. Could be a number of factors that may be making dieting more or less difficult for you. So, Obviously, path of least resistance is what you want to do, and you have to find dieting strategies that make it easier for you. So you can find a particular novel dieting strategy that you find easier to stick to. Having different social circumstances, like also having your friends or family eat a certain diet with you, might help with adherence. Taking drugs like Ozempic that kill your appetite, that can also help, but dieting's not supposed to be anything. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
After the damaging bout, say 2 hours later, 24 hours later, etc. That is probably one of, if not the best, marker of recovery, right? Essentially, the degree of muscle damage induced didn't really correlate very well with how people perceive their soreness.
Did it correlate somewhat with it? Was it
depended on the position. So essentially, soreness was assessed in 3 different positions, like with your arm extended, flexed, and palpated. And there was a few things. One, no matter the position, the correlation between perceived soreness and any marker of muscle damage, whether it was creatine kinase, recovery of performance in a very unskilled test, aka isometric test, the correlation was always about 0.3 or less. So quite a weak correlation if there was one. And more importantly, the correlation of soreness in different positions was also quite low, between about 0.3 and 0.6. So how you assess soreness can also heavily impact how sore you feel. And so if all you're going by in the gym is like, feeling pretty sore, but then some days you're feeling it while you're stretching, some days you're feeling it while you're warming up, some days you're feeling it while you're actually in movement, all of those are different assessments of soreness.
For sure.
And they may not correlate successfully.
For sure. I'm uninterested in what beginners think about how sore they are. Sure. I just aren't interested in any perceptual factors beginners have, short of like, I think something broke.
Do you think ability to perceive soreness is something that advanced people get better at, like substantially better?
Yeah, absolutely. Because a lot of beginners can't even differentiate joint soreness and muscle belly soreness.
Sure.
And so you really don't know what the fuck.
I mean, we don't know anything about this from the research side. But could be true, could be not true.
Totally,
I just see that
it's true.
Yeah, I'm open to that possibility. But I just think specifically as far as using it as a metric of recovery, I think performance in the gym should be by far the primary one. And at this stage, I don't think we have, anecdotally, we may have some evidence like, hey, when I feel sore, sometimes I don't perform well, or what have you. But from that study specifically, there was actually a positive correlation between soreness and performance. So people who were a bit more sore, if anything, performed a little bit better. And that's in line with some research suggesting that soreness is more indicative of the remodeling process than it is of damage. So damage occurs instantly when you exercise. Soreness seems to be more so delayed, indicative or indicating that it is more in alignment with the remodeling process from damage than it is actual muscle damage and disruption to the muscle.
I've been saying that for about 20 years.
Yeah, man.
I got something right. But doesn't that also highly implicate soreness and a probability of being associated with growth? Isn't soreness like you're still growing and recovering and remodeling? If soreness is implicated as a symptom of remodeling, why are you in the gym training if you're still remodeling? Is an interesting question to ask. Now, there could be like, well, look, like overlapping remodeling curves are totally fine. I'm open to that idea. But maybe if you waited a little bit and then hit it again when you were healed.
How has LeBron James not been busted with PEDs yet? I don't know how strict drug testing is in basketball, but he may not have been tested at all. The tests that they do are really poor and have low sensitivity. He could be natural and not take anything. He could be on performance-enhancing drugs, but because of the political position he's in, with so many, such a big team with lots of money, lots of resources, they can skirt testing. There could be a number of reasons.
Maybe it would be all good to go. I'm not sure about that, but I think especially the extremes, it starts to make sense. If you're so sore that you're clearly not going to lift as much as usual, maybe it's time to back the fuck up a little bit and wait a little bit. If you're a little bit sore, I just don't think it's a big deal either way.
Yeah, I see that. The one thing I'll come back to, and now we talk about the research a little bit, is experientially, when I am sore, that doesn't consistently predict how I perform. If I'm cripplingly sore, like for example, I once did a session from the Ennis study, the 26-set session, where they were doing 52 sets of quads a week. I did that essentially unprepared, and my God, I hit unfathomable levels of soreness.
What would you peak in soreness? So 3 days later?
Instantly.
Oh, you got IOMS.
It felt like it was instant. Like it was like I was sore for 6-7 days maybe.
6-7 days. When was the worst soreness? What day?
Honestly, it was
a blur.
If I had to rate it, and that's the issue with rating as well, it's like
sure,
may not be consistent or reliable, what have you, but if I had to rate it for the first like 3 days, it was 10 out of 10.
Yeah, amazing.
Like, from like 2 hours, maybe an hour even onwards, I remember not really being able to walk properly for a few hours.
Yeah.
It was incredible. For sure. But anyways, outside of extreme circumstances, I haven't found that a perception of soreness is really indicative of high performance gym. And to me, because performance in the gym is the best proxy for recovery, because it essentially incorporates a lot of stuff, right? Like it incorporates, are you psychologically ready? How damaged are your muscles potentially? All of that stuff, like more central factors and more peripheral factors. If soreness doesn't predict performance, I'm inclined to, or consistently in sort of day-to-day normal contexts, I'm inclined to say it may not be the best predictor of should I be training, how much.
It's definitely not the best predictor of that. But I would also say that if soreness seems to be more and more linked in literature as part of the remodeling process, for sport athletes, like if you're sore, shut up, go on the soccer field, nobody gives a fuck. You're not going to break into pieces, you'll perform just fine unless you're crippled. But if your goal is hypertrophy, and remodeling is clearly still robustly occurring, as evidenced by soreness, why not just take more time off? Or next week, when you do the session again, do 4 sets instead of 6, so that you can have an area under the curve of remodeling that ends relatively close to your next session.
The issue I take with using soreness essentially as a means to individualized training is that we don't know a ton about soreness, and we don't even have.
What do you think about lion's mane mushrooms for cognitive benefits? Do they work?
I haven't lion's mane neurogenesis. Haven't really looked into lion's mane and brain activity and neurogenesis. I've heard a lot of things. There could be something to it.
Please react. Even if you've seen it. It's a great video. Tail my money. I love you. I hate you. Fuck my ass and call me Gary.
Findings tentatively suggest that hairchem uranesis may improve speed of performance and reduce subjective stress in healthy young adults. However, no limited negative findings were also observed. Like, there could be something to it. I don't know. Haven't really seen enough evidence to really say, oh yeah, lion's mane helps boost cognitive performance and helps with brain health. Thanks for the donation, though, David. Let me see, Gary.
My favorite thing to eat is a deer heart, a deer liver, and a deer tongue smoothie. Eating plants is a mental illness. That's why I kill and eat squirrels raw. I like feeling the creases of an animal's brain on my tongue. Dipped in 5-month-old sheep testicle juice and smeared with a side of shit. But
That
I
is
definitely don't for meat. Or we kick them out on the street to fend for themselves. I could just be vegan, and technically that would be the most Hindu way of living, but scriptures written thousands and thousands of years.
Help the animals. If the French man back in the 50s ain't vegan.
Vegans are all pedophiles. They should be put in gas chambers. Hitler was a vegan. Do you want to be like Hitler? I don't. That's normal and totally mentally stable.
There is no ethical consumption under capitalism. That is why I go out of my way to purchase the most unethical products in capitalism. I am against the oppression of marginalized groups until it requires me to sacrifice my cheeseburger. Veganism is a white colonialist mentality that is derived.
Now, yo, let's go ratio this vegan, yeah? Wow, no cap. Cause like, do you bring your tampons, lad? You bloody vegan pussy.
Yep. That is accurate. Thanks for that donation, Gary.